Whoa.
That was
Back
initial
at it
start.
again. There definitely wasn't a random 8-minute stream before this of nothing. You didn't see anything, it didn't happen. And there were no technical difficulties in which both of our PCs and internets got haunted as fuck.
Yeah. Yours just died and mine's freaking trolled
It
me by.
blacked out.
Yeah, it blacked. Like literally before that happened, I heard pipes. All my screens went black, and I could hear you, but I couldn't do anything else. Cause I heard you
Yeah.
asking me questions, and I was like, I'm here, and I'm like, oh.
Like the Who's in Whoville. We are here. We are here. We are here. Oh wait, that's not the Who's. Who's what? Horton hears. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Horton hears a Who. The Who's
Yeah.
in Who. Anyway, I don't know why my brain lashed on that, but that definitely didn't happen, and we're definitely here on a normal visual novel day where we may or may not finally get to finish the damn diary.
I can't tell
We'll see.
if it's our internets are mad. We started relatively on time early, or the book doesn't want to be read. One or the other.
True. It's clearly it's both. Clearly we are not allowed to be prompt and read. How dare we be literate? That's just fucking crazy. In 2025, literacy? I think not.
Just get AI to
So yeah, that's you, bitch. You read. Oh no, it backfired.
No, I'm on strike.
I'm on strike, dude. The AI are on strike. It's over. Oh no. But yeah, last time was kind of emotional. And by kind of, I mean it was pretty fucking emotional. Um, we, I think, did we start off with killing people? We started at the thing, right?
Yes, we started with Federico and Alan's
Yeah.
divine selection.
Yeah, so Rinka ended up ending Alan and seeing how he died with the poison. And then Miharu killed Federico, and Federico was creepy until the end. Not only did he double down, but he like fucking quadrupled down. It was fucking awful. It was like the most painful death we had to sit through ever because he was just such a crazy PDF file, man. Like he's nuts. I don't know, man. And then we kill them and we go back to the world, and then at some point we end up going out with all 4 of the friends to karaoke because we finish up like finals week or whatever it was.
Yes.
It's like, come on, we gotta go out. So it was us and Miharu and Eggplant and Mao, and we did karaoke. And then after that, we were all kind of walking back, and Miharu kind of grabs our sleeve, and Mao, being the ultimate wingman, best girl, has no place in this visual novel, but is best girl, and we love her, saw that. And apparently it was her idea anyway, but she saw that and she was like, oh, Naomi, I left something where we were. Come with me to go get it. And so they fucked off, and we went back to the place where Miharu had essentially proposed to us. That's not what it was, but that's kind of what it was. And we said, give me a minute. I gotta think this out. And so we're going back there, and clearly it was, or what we thought was clearly, it was time to give our answer.
Which...
And we go through this whole thing, and Miharu was like, don't give me your answer until I tell you the rest of my story, because I think you'll hate me. And you need to know everything before you decide if you like me or not, basically. And then it got depressing as shit. It was really sad, and Miharu explains essentially the rest of her life story, with what happened with her dad and what happened with her mom, and how after her dad ended it all, her mom was sad and upset by that, but she did find another man and probably was in love with him, but then that man, they were engaged even. They were engaged to be married, and then that man blew it off because some younger, hotter thing came into the office where they worked, and his head turned, and he blew off the engagement, and then that, like, crushed her mom, like, beyond repair, and she was, like, shitting on this woman, and Miharu couldn't understand why she was blaming the woman instead of the man, because clearly the man was the one who turned his head. And so she started to really resent her mom for that and thought that was just so ugly. And then obviously we fast forward here, and something similar happened, but with her and Rinka and Naomi, because and no one did anything of the sort, but it was just like Miharu has loved Rinka and even ran into her on accident. Like, it was not on purpose, but they came into each other's lives, and Rinka became everything to Miharu, and they hung out all the time and stuff. And then Naomi came into the picture, and then suddenly Rinka started spending all her time with Naomi. And that took away from Miharu time, and Miharu got jealous, and we kind of already know that story because that's kind of like, obviously that's why she kind of resents Naomi, and it's nothing due to Naomi in particular. Like, she doesn't really hate Naomi as a person, just the fact that she represents a roadblock between herself and Rinka. So it was kind of like a whole issue. But when she recognized the parallel between that and how she blamed Naomi instead of Rinka, she recognized the parallel in her own thought process with her mom. And so it became that battle of, now it's like a really deep invested self-hatred, because this is the reason why she hated her mom all this time, and just to find out that she's the same, and suddenly she understands where her mom was coming from, but she hates that she understands where her mom was coming from. And that's what led up to her doing what she did and starting these death games. And that was like a huge thing to grapple with. So we had that talk, and that was rough. and Rinka just listened, and she was kind of like, I don't get it, like I don't understand, but I don't hate you for it. I could never hate you. Like, she stood on that. She said that at the beginning of the talk. She's always said that, basically. She's like, I could never like judge you or hate you for any of this shit, basically. And she stood on that, and she was the same. She came out like, I don't judge you for that, it's fine. And then we were given a choice of whether or not to tell Miharu our answer.
What do we choose?
And Bleach had already said a long time ago that if there's ever an option, the answer is gonna be no. Well, okay, so before it was like, if they let us choose between yes, we choose you, or no, we don't choose you, you said the answer was no. But also we were sitting here and I was like, we have to tell her, and you were like, I don't want to.
I don't want to.
I don't want to. It's funny. It's funnier to leave her hanging again. And I was like, well, clearly there's nothing I can do to convince you. So,
technically, I had Ford on my side. If Ford wasn't here, I would have... Was it Ford or Bold? One of them.
Also said don't answer, which was crazy and hurt me deeply because my friends hate me. So I just sat there and I watched as we once again said, I need more time, but I'll tell you before you die, basically.
Well, she said she said that she'll tell her after the death game because she doesn't want to risk her being at peace and trying to intentionally lose so that she could...
I think part of that was still our speculation, no? Like, yes, that makes sense, but I feel like that's more speculation than anything else.
No, Rinka said that outright.
Okay.
So she outright said that she doesn't want to risk her throwing because it was along the lines of that.
It's essentially the idea of we've given Miharu something to live for until we can figure out how we can both live through the games, because Miharu is convinced that there can only be one and that it's going to be Rinka. So we're pretty sure that was the right answer. But I still hate it, and it's still gonna plague me until we can go and choose the other one, because I want to know what happens when we choose the other one. Because I had explained last time, I don't even care what her answer is. I don't care if she's gay or not. I don't care if they end up together for 2 seconds before Miharu dies. Like, I don't care if she says yes or no. I just hate this shit where she keeps running away. I hate it so much. And they did kind of like fight a little bit, but not really, because now they're still friends. So it was like this weird, like, we're yelling, but we're yelling from a place of love kind of argument. And then they're like, okay, anyways. And then they went home. And I was like, okay, my heart. And here we are.
Yeah.
And I think we're fast forwarding too.
No, I think. Let me see. I can.
What day is it?
It was the next day. I think after that, because after all that happened, she's like, "Nah, I'm not gonna read the diary," and we're like, "Oh my god."
Right. Yeah. Again, we're putting off reading the last chapter or the last page or whatever it is. We keep putting it off, even though
The last
that
few
page
pages,
probably holds the key to whatever. I don't know. Like the way they're making it so important and they keep pointing it out, it just, man. But what I mean by fast forwarding is it's already Saturday again, meaning we're going into the buffer week where we know nothing's going to happen this week.
Yeah, because the
But
finals
we're down to the deadline.
took the whole week.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's kind of what I mean is like it's super uneventful now and the story's going really fast because no one's messing with them. I drag myself out of bed and stretch. I'm opening up the store for the first time in a while today. There are a lot of preparations to make, so the store is only going to be open from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m.
It's basically a work hour, 9 to 5. Well, 4, but still.
Sure. Once ready to face the day, I make my way downstairs to see the ghosts of all the dead people. That would be fun. They're just lined up.
Oh, shoot. Speaking of that, hold on, I made something.
Is it end of day already? Is that dusk or dawn? It's hard to say. Oh, wow. You look just like her.
I was gonna debate.
It'd be so funny if she dies.
I'll yell, "You're just a friend," as I go.
That's like you would do that any other way anyway.
I was debating the golden streaks, but I was like, nah, I don't want to do all that.
That's a lot of effort, yeah. I sit down for a breather after the day's work is done. Shifting back into work mode is a pretty exhausting process after spending so many days with my head in the books. At least working here really is fun. Plenty of regulars stop in since it's Saturday, too. It isn't busy in the afternoon thanks to the limited food menu, but it gets pretty packed toward the evening, easily the busiest day since I first took over the store. The door chime rings while I'm relaxing. It's a customer I'm oh so familiar with.
Miharu? Oh.
もしかしてもう閉店でしたか?
It was gonna be one or the other.
あ、ナオミ。ナオミなら気にしなくていいよ。すみません。
I have Naomi take a seat at our usual table, then head into the kitchen to brew us up some coffee.
At this point, don't have anyone sit there. That's the death table.
Stop it. Once it's ready, I sit down with her.
はい、今日はサービス。ありがとうございます。先輩、ご機嫌ですね。そう？やっと期末試験が終わってお店を開けられたからかな。
I was able to put off my answer.
Pain.
実は今日クッキーを焼いてきたんです。ありがとう。私このクッキー好きなんだ。
I can tell they're the same ones that she brought once before. The bag's tied shut with a nice red ribbon, my favorite color. We spend some chatting. So true. We spend some chatting while enjoying both our offerings.
I guess they forgot the time.
Yeah, we spent some time chatting.
昨日のあの後。
Well.
I do mind. Oh! No! I explained what took place once Miharu and I were alone.
Oh.
Please skip over the details. Well, everything sans what Miharu shared about her past. I skipped to the part where she asked for my answer to her confession, and that I couldn't give her one just yet. Okay. Naomi acts strangely relieved over it.
Oh.
Oh god. Probably because I mentioned that Miharu came to the decision to survive as well.
前に見せてくれた日記帳はもう読み終わったんですか？
Force her! Go, Naomi! Go! Feel like bring it down. Let's read it together.
That's another thing we talked about after stream. Well, if she's even around, truly Naomi, or she's just a device.
Right.
Which I'm leaning towards she's around, but I can be swayed either way. It's not, they're not both impossible. But it's just like moments like that where like, oh, she's relieved, and then her stupid ass is like, oh, that's only because, you know, because she did this again with Miharu. It was like, oh yeah, that's because friend, not relationship interest.
Right.
期末試験が始まっちゃったから止まってたけど、今日から再開。それでさ、多分今日読み終わる。
Or right now.
わかりました。明日の閉店後、ご迷惑じゃなければ。
As long as she finishes it today, I don't care if it's right now or later.
そうだね。何の情報も得られなくても日記に書いてあったことを話すよ。100年前の日記だからそれだけでも面白かったしね。
Because I'm pretty sure as soon as she reads that last page, we're gonna get what I'm assuming will be our last encounter with that man.
Maybe, yeah. And the fact that it's Saturday? Is it Saturday? Yeah, so it's Saturday, so we're gonna read it right before Divine Selection on Sunday, so it has to be something.
Mm-hmm.
明日の夜の選定で何もできなくても、もう一度機会は来る。
Yeah.
落ち着いていこうと思うんだ。はい。それで、日記帳、明日貸していただくことはできますか？
She's obviously shy about asking again. I tell her it depends, and she responds with a smile. If the past few weeks have told me anything, it's that I can focus better when reading at night.
I get she's like into books and like she wants to like study it because it's really old, but at the same time, I don't know, I feel weird handing someone my great grandmother's diary. It's like, here you go. I don't know. Well, that's weird that you want it so badly.
Yeah, I don't know. I set a cup of coffee down next to the diary and crack it open.
I swear. Like, I know, I hope it doesn't happen, but I swear, if she like spills it and can't read it, I'm gonna be mad.
Yeah, that would piss you off too.
Cat! Oh my god, if the cat knocks it over, it's like...
Punt it! Drop kick that shit, bro. No. Leth curls up at my feet. He's like, yes, read it, understand it, take it in. It gets pretty humid in July, so I guess the floor here is the coolest place for it to rest. I'll have no luck getting it move either.
Getting it to move, I guess?
I think so. So I bring it some milk before getting started. My great-great-grandmother is the one who wrote this diary. Her sister owned a cat named Leo, too. I wonder if she wrote the diary in a similar environment. Coffee by her side, cat at her feet. Makes me think about how while the times may change, our actions never really do. Kind of funny. The bookmark I'm using is shaped like a cat.
It's genetic, whatever. So it's so genetic, she's reading the diary with the same cat.
Yeah, she genetically inherited this cat.
Yeah. You get it, your family's into cats, I guess.
I finished both my second cup of coffee and the diary around the same time.
これは
Oh, finally, she finished it. What did it say?
The shock of what I've just read even knocks out my taste buds.
What is it?
Okay. I'm immediately overcome with disbelief. Yeah, glad I arranged to meet with Miharu and Naomi tomorrow. I might have forgotten to do so after reading this knockout. I'm not over-exaggerating its shock value. Girl.
Okay, tell us. Tell the class.
Go on faster even. It's fortunate that I can talk to them about it before tomorrow's election. I'm gonna lose it. At the very least, it'll reduce the risk of me going wild all on my own.
If she's gonna be like, but for now, let's go to bed. Bye. And I'm like, ah.
No, literally. That's why I'm anticipating that, and that's why I'm already mad.
信じられないけど
Okay, that sounds positive, maybe.
Oh.
As Miharu said, this could very well be our trump card. We might just be able to pick Divine Selection apart thanks to this. I can feel my heart racing.
Swear.
Aha. Yeah, we were suspecting as much. That's fine. After closing the... Oh, yeah, so true.
So I'm
And
gonna.
they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming, and they don't stop coming.
That would be weird to use. Oh my god. Don't tell me it's gonna crash again, because this is one of the symptoms. Okay, whatever. But it's kind of weird that she looks. Okay, wait. I will say I got.
You think she looks like Miharu?
No.
Okay, well then why do you think it's weird? Go on.
Okay. I don't know why I said it was weird. I said, okay, I was gonna say, what I was really gonna say is, okay, remember when I said I looked up characters and I got spoiled?
Is it this?
Yes, I got spoiled on who this is, so I was like, oh, okay.
I see. So you know which one of the sisters it is,
Yes,
basically.
I know
Whoever
who it
Parka is. Okay. After closing the diary, I removed the photos tucked between its final pages. 3 in total. 1 of Linda, 1 of her with her family, and a 3rd of her with another girl. Linda Harrison, my great-great-grandmother. That's who this diary belongs to. Seeing her picture isn't what grabbed my attention. It's the one with the other girl in it, specifically. That girl is noted as Linda's sister.
That's what I saw. It said Dianna. Or, yeah.
Yeah.
So Parka is the sister that made the diary. It
You
looks-
don't say. Photo isn't high definition or anything, but it's turned sepia with age. And it's turned sepia with age, but I know for a fact that it's Dianna.
この女の子はダイアナ・ハリソンさんは女神バルカと同じ顔をしている
Her... Wow. I went to start speaking and then I just... Anyway, Her clothes are more appropriate for the time of the picture, and her hair isn't as long as it is now in the dream world. Regardless, this isn't a case of passing resemblance. They're the exact same person. Every nerve in my body is telling me so. It's theoretically impossible for this to be true.
Okay.
It's theoretically impossible for any of this to be happening. So...
Okay,
Here we
so
are.
I'm a little mad now. So if this is all there is, that means that there were just pictures in there. Why?
She could have just pulled that at any time.
Yeah, like you didn't look through the book, even if you didn't read it, you didn't look to see if there was something else in it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Whatever.
But what's written at the end of the diary makes the impossible a reality. That's not all, though.
What?
I somehow materialized a new card.
What?
Oh, this is fun. I like this a lot. This is fun. Parka's part of the game. This is how you win. Number 13, name Dianna Harrison. Let's go. What was the cause of death? Something happened, I remember. I feel like they already low-key explained that.
What?
But the regret, this is interesting. I like this a lot. This is fun. We win these.
You can eliminate Parka? What?
As we should. That fucking bitch.
In theory, wait, if we eliminate Parka, the game ends. That means technically no one had to die. I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, if we just learned how to be literate a little bit faster. A 13th numeral that shouldn't exist. Which means...
女神のカード。
I can't help but mutter it aloud. Maybe it's my way of forcing myself to accept the truth I've just uncovered.
That's crazy, though.
This is fun. This is fun because through reading the diary, I think we already kind of like have hints towards what the regret could be, as well as like I think we're on our way to the death because I think we were kind of told.
I don't remember that, but
oh, was it just us speculating bullshit? Because I thought something happened between like the sisters and the dad was like overprotective and blah blah blah.
That was
whatever.
us speculating.
A watchmaker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you were speculating maybe the guy is also the dad because you were saying that.
I thought they literally said the dad was a watchmaker or whatever.
They did say that, but because of that, you thought the other god guy was the dad, and you were speculating.
Well, yeah.
On that. But they did say he was a watchmaker, but they didn't say anything else.
Okay. Closing time arrives once I've wrung out the last customer. It's a little early, only a bit past 4 p.m., but I've been open since 8 a.m. That's the norm when the store's open all through the weekend, really.
お疲れ様。お疲れ様です。
That's not.
Oh no. We're both being cute, it's over. Miharu and Naomi arrived a little bit earlier. They've been waiting for me to finish up for the day.
Ah, my friends.
Once done with my cleanup duties, I make my way over to our usual table. I hand them both a cup of coffee as thanks for coming.
11回目の選定の前に2人と会えてよ
Well,
かった。
This is interesting.
Hey, look, they have the book.
That's not the interesting part, man.
What? That Miharu sitting next to Rinka, like she wouldn't have fought tooth and nail for it.
That's what I'm saying.
Like if Naomi even looked at this seat, she would have probably broken her teeth in.
But before they usually like sit across, right? Like unless all four of them are there, usually everyone sits across. But now it's just like it's like we're marking our territory here a little bit.
I think it's more Miharu.
It's just funny.
Rinka always sits there, so I honestly think it's like
yeah, she's marking her territory.
Yeah. She sat there before anything happening, knowing that Rinka will take that seat. It's like, oh yes, she always sits here. Yes.
Maybe. That's
That
the
would
only
be
way
funny.
I can think to lead into the topic.
That would be funny
Huh?
if she always does sit there, but for some reason she sat on the other side randomly. That would make me laugh.
Mm-hmm. Following that, I place the diary on the table and open it up. The photo is what I want to show them first.
これは嘘だろ
Yeah, it is. That's Miharu's immediate reaction upon seeing this. Naomi seems puzzled, so I explain its significance to her. About how the girl in the photo is Dianna Harrison and her uncanny resemblance to Parka.
女神様と同じ
I say nothing, but offer a reaffirming nod. Now that they've seen that, it's time to show them the name card of number 13.
女神のカード
I wanted to use these to preface our discussion, but maybe I've served the entree before the appetizer, as it were. You could cut the tension with a butter knife.
じゃあ聞いてねこの日記はまず私のおばあちゃんのおばあちゃんリンダ・ハリソンさんのものなんだけど
Now feels like the right time to talk about the contents of the diary. Based on what I know, Dianna died in a fire when she was 12.
Genetic! Jesus Christ, what's with this family and fire?
I mean...
So that means we have her death card.
Yeah. Linda wrote about her regret over this tragedy at the end of the diary.
But how does that help us get Diana's regret?
She regretted not being able to save Dianna despite her pleas for help. Oh my god. That's rough, buddy. The main issue is the 11 weeks leading up to her death, though. Oh, wow. 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 Life imitates death games. Wow. 11 weeks before Diana's death, a boy seeking to become her father's pupil fell down the stairs and died from trauma to the head.
Did she push her? Like, what the fuck?
There's a lot going on right now. Suddenly this family got like hella interesting, bro. One of the assistants who had been to their home the week after soon died of food poisoning.
What the fuck? Are you saying someone died every week leading up to?
This is fun. This is a good time. The week after that, the mother of the boy who died 2 weeks prior died from a fever. Every week following that, someone with some sort of connection to Dianna died.
Oh.
There wasn't any pattern behind who died. Some were close to her, while others weren't. These events terrorized her family. It led them to a natural conclusion.
Natural?
Yeah, she's a witch. Burn the witch. Oh, that any one of them could be next. Their fears came true with the 12th victim. Yup. It's just as I mentioned before. The fire took not only their home, but also Diana's life. The destruction caused a bookcase to fall on her, crushing the lower half of her body. This is fun. What a light read. Linda was in the same room at the time and did all she could to save her. She just wasn't strong enough to move the bookcase. This was 100 years ago, so they lacked the same means to extinguish fires as we do today. Upon finding the two, their mother had to make an impossible decision. But to her, the answer was clear. Even with her aid, they couldn't get the bookshelf to budge. Their father had passed out from smoke inhalation. The fire would likely consume Dianna were they to stay and call for help, too. So their mother made the only decision she could. She had to save who she could. She chose to save Linda at the expense of Dianna. And her husband, question mark? Linda viewed it as the wrong choice.
It depends on where he passed out. She could have helped him out of the house prior. He was passed out outside the house. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they just didn't elaborate. I don't know.
Yeah, but the way they're making it sound like is that the only victim was Dianna. That each week took one life, and the final week it was her time.
Yeah, fair enough. She felt a responsibility to write about these events in the same diary she received from her beloved sister. Her feelings toward Dianna are penned in detail. It's through them that the entire tale feels all the more tragic.
Damn, she had enough time to say the diary though.
This is 私が日記帳で読んだ中で一番重要だと思ったこと。
Things remain tense after I finish my explanation. Understandably so. It's hard to remain composed when you realize the cute girl in the photo died not long after it was taken.
とにかくこれが切り札足りえるというのは正解と思う。間違いなく。
女神は元人間だ。ダイアナ・ハリソン。私のひいひいおばあちゃんの妹。
So she's her great grand aunt.
Yeah.
話の途中で予想はしていましたけど、驚かずにはいられないです。
We're all on the same page.
12週間という期間と12人の参加者。ダイアナさんが死に至るまでに起こったことが女神の選定の原型になっているんだと思います。
ああ、これは悲劇だね。
There's a lingering sadness in Miharu's voice. I doubt she could feel anything else in the face of this revelation.
人間が神様になったってことですよね。もう信じられないです。でも運命の大広間も女神の選定も存在する。記憶の改変っていう超常現象も、人間が女神に変わるっていうことも信じないわけにはいかない。
これはあくまで僕の予想だけれど、運命の大広間で出会った女神パルカには
It's been a long time. Even if she did before, I'm sure it's gone now.
True. But there's still the question, how did this start? Because Parka, I know it was a long time ago, but Parka says she's not the one in charge of the games, which kind of makes sense, because then why would she make it possible for her to be a participant? So, who put her in this situation? Like, what happened after her death?
Part of me still isn't necessarily convinced that, well, it's not even that, but rather, so this could have been how the game started, or this could have just been an early iteration of the game itself, right? Like, so they're saying like all these deaths happened as like random tragic accidents, but like what if the game was just already happening and this is like an early iteration of like, I don't know, we just targeted these people in your life to all play type thing, you know?
I don't know, because it's weird that one died after another each week, because and they're all
like no double eliminations or skip weeks.
Yeah, that, and it's just that they just die and they're all connected to one person, and then you have to take into account that she died. It's like, and then she's the goddess. Why? Like, there has to be. It could be that this game was different, because I think, I could be wrong, but I think I remember Parka mentioning that them all dying at the same time was unexpected. It wasn't supposed to happen. So, right. I don't know if that means that the game is different beforehand. I don't know if it's that the game is similar to what happened to her and Miharu was supposed to be the final person. I don't know. But at the same time, there was another game similar to this with Rinka's parents. So I don't know if she means that it's unusual, as in, so I don't know if it's the same where they have to meet at the location first, then they're all selected to die, maybe through fate, and then they all perish. I don't know, because it sounds like Rinka's parents' game was kind of the same way, so I don't know why she said that, but yeah, she could just been a toy with it, and this is how it always is. Because at the same time, you have to know, like, one, the book is exactly like hers. It's all connected to Dianna. One, the book is like hers that she made. It takes over 12 weeks with 12 people. And I don't know, the final person lives, essentially, which is what Linda says in her diary was supposed to be the right choice. That person was supposed to live. I don't know. It's weird.
So there's just like a lot going on here, right? It's like they've given us a lot to think about, but it still really hasn't answered that much, other than my new goal is obviously just to kill Parka because it's funny.
It's
like
It's obvious.
Like, bare minimum, end her curse. She's been here for how fucking long? Jesus Christ.
I think.
Although, are we even able to? Is Parka able to participate? Because Parka would know all of our names, causes of deaths, and regrets. So, like, how do you even kill Parka? If she can just defend herself because she knows all your shit. I don't know.
That's the thing.
So my thought is, like, she probably just isn't allowed to participate, question mark?
Probably, but the thing is also, it's this weird thing where she's a technicality, because remember, all our cards were separated between the 12 of us, meaning she got technically no cards, so she's technically has no book, meaning she technically can't use the cards. And that's on the assumption that she even can retaliate, which I don't know.
I do feel like this is our win con, though. This is for sure our win con. I just, there's a lot
What
going
I
on
want to
here.
know is, obviously the other god has a play in this, and if we think he's the cat, he was their family cat, so he obviously had something to do with why Dianna, quote unquote, lived but became Parka. Like, quote unquote, lived by becoming Parka. I'm on the assumption he did something, basically ripped her out and put her in Linda.
Yeah.
And Linda maybe didn't know if she was still what I mean is, like, because at the end of the day, remember, they can only see them in dreams. So if she was still Dianna at that point, she was
hallucinating.
She just thought she was dreaming of her sister, because they don't interact with the real world. If she was already Parka at that point, then she just thinks she has an imaginary friend that looks like her sister. Because again, until something like crazy happens, I think she would just treat it like a trauma response that she's seeing her sister in her dream.
Up until when she has to play the damn death game when she dies.
Yes, if she has to play. Because here's the thing, because I don't think
But then how did Parka get transferred to the next person?
That's maybe, yeah, like, the moment she died, that's when the death game started. It's weird, because if Parka is truly not doing this, then what is the purpose of it, and why is it happening?
I'm wondering if this is like something got fucked up, because, like, I find it unlikely that Parka has stayed in the family this long, right? That each family member has consecutively won over and over and over and over.
Oh, I doubt
that would mean family had to play with family, and then just no one talked about it, question mark. So, like, I don't know. There's something weird, but it feels like Miharu wasn't supposed to get it. I feel like probably the mom was supposed to get it, but because they saved the baby.
If I'm gonna be honest,
something weird happened.
I think it's just a coincidence that, like, I think at best Linda was first, and then after Linda's death, Parka moved around, and she just happened to end up in a death game. Like, it moved away from the family until Rinka's mom. Because, again,
that would be a really wild coincidence. That they would have to convince me of. They would have to write out, like, such a clear timeline of what the fuck happened. Because that seems, like, ridiculously unlikely. More so than just if the family members just kept, like, consecutively winning for some reason.
Well, from what we know, I don't think the grandmother was in a death game. Because the grandmother doesn't know anything that's going on. She just remembers she has the book from her great grandmother. Her great.
Mm-hmm.
But she doesn't remember anything about the death game unless they erase their memories, but that doesn't make sense because Miharu knows who Parka was. Miharu knows everything, so I'm assuming they keep their memories. And again, if the grandmother won, why isn't Parka with her? So it's obvious she's not part of the death game. You know what I mean? So that's why I think it doesn't transfer to every family member. Because that wouldn't make sense because the grandmother's still alive. I mean, I could be wrong. She could have a sister we don't know about, but I don't know.
It might not be like every generation. It could like skip. Because you know how like you're alive at the same time as your grandparents typically?
That is possible, but it's also...
And I feel like the younger you pull in somebody, the less likely they are to remember.
But I feel like Miharu has known Parka. I don't know. Because it's weird, because that's such a weird thing. Because then it's an unfair advantage, because Parka's obviously rooting for her family. Even though she doesn't remember. Because they just said that she doesn't remember when she was human, so why would she be attached to these people if they win? And the game is set up in a way where it can be possible for anyone to win if they're smart enough. So how has her family been lucky this whole time? You know what I mean?
I don't know.
So I don't think it's her family winning. I could be wrong. They could explain something. And if that is something, they would have to explain how it didn't work for Miharu's turn. Because Miharu's obviously alive.
Right. And we're chalking that up to just like a pregnant woman taking pity on a child, maybe.
Yeah, we need more.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
just
I
gonna
don't
say
know.
that.
Huh?
We just need more.
そうなんです。
Well, yeah, obviously, we've needed that this whole time. We were talking for 30 minutes where we started off the conversation. We need more.
Fair, but like, what I mean is, I don't.
Realistically, they've given us nothing. They've given us a lot of interesting stuff, but they've given us nothing, just more questions. Really?
Can you check something?
Hello? Can I check something?
Can you and me heard on stream?
I mean, yeah.
We can?
Both of us, uh-huh.
Why does it work? My thing is not moving like there's audio going on. Huh.
I don't know.
Weird.
It's in fact weird. The technology has been insane today.
As long as we're being heard, I don't care.
Yeah.
Okay.
確かにそうだね。人間はあくまで自分より下の存在として接していた。
Doesn't feel like she's spiting, probably. It doesn't feel like she's spiting us because she was once human either. That's such a weird word choice, man.
We are doing fine. We're just thinking.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time thinking. A little too much. Smiles. Her role as a goddess is unquestionable to her. That's how I saw it before now, so I agree with Miharu's theory.
Which I overthink and then I go in circles and then I just... So I'm very bad at it.
We both do. Well, because it's fun to do the what if game, right? But it's
Yeah.
like when we start trying to either prove or disprove, then it kind of gets a little too far because we have no evidence in either direction. It becomes like an insanely hypothetical. Like we took the hypothetical and we put it to the nth degree.
Yeah. I just don't think it's like been in the family, because then the game feels redundant, and given how much effort it feels like it's been in, it's like I could be wrong. It could be
we don't know.
stacked. It's a visual novel.
It is. All three of us start to ponder on our own. Naomi eventually speaks up, suggesting that we've probably noticed what she's about to say.
女神様のカードができたってことは女神様を指名できるってことですよね。
Yes, that's what, in fact, what I would like to do. Bare minimum, put her out of her damn misery. But if it ends up, what if it's like a genie in a bottle where whoever kills Parka becomes the new Parka? That would be funny.
That... I don't know. It depends on how Parka became Parka.
It sure does. We don't know. It's funny to think that this might be our win con, but it's a win con of a monkey's paw type shit.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you both get to live. Just one of you's the new goddess and the other one lives. Wait, do you think Miharu would low-key love that, though, if we were just stuck in her head for all eternity? Until
no.
she died?
I think she would want to be with her physically, not in her dream.
I don't know who's to say.
And
both myself and Miharu stare at Naomi in response.
And it might be cruel because we don't know what happens. Did Parka became Parka over time because she forgot, or was Parka the moment she became Parka?
We don't know.
So if it's instantaneously, then that's not Rinka anymore. So
true. Our cards contain information that represents our past, present, and future. Most importantly, they allow us to elect and eliminate others. The fact that Parka has her own cards must mean that she can be elected as well.
けれど、まだ謎も多い。僕もカードブックを持ってきているけれど、僕の方にカードは生成されない。
For the cause of death? Fascinating.
Wait, does she mean
or any of it, I guess.
I'm
the
guessing.
Name as well.
So, Rinka's card...
This is fun. This is weird. This is what I'm talking about. The family's different. Pause, champ.
顔も分かっている。
Yeah, why did Rinka only get it? What?
リンカ先輩が
First
何
come,
か
first serve.
特別ってことでしょうか。
Maybe
we
because
sure are.
she's her family.
特別かどうかはわからないけど、理由があるのは確かだね。
Could because you're related.
I've been wondering why Miharu's card book never reacted to the information I shared. I've been wondering something else too, something Naomi picks up on as well.
ダイアナさんの死因も明らかになっていると思うんです。それはリンカ先輩の方にも
So I only got her name. That's what I was thinking. Like, well, we have a dad.
Okay,
この日
another
常から
fucked
読
up
み取れる
no
のは
basis theory.
火事による少子化、煙による窒息死。
What if they need 3 people to make it to the end to be able to elect Parka because only one person can have one piece of information, but it can't be the person that was carrying Parka?
But
Or like maybe Miharu was destined to have like the regret card or something. I don't know.
but that
But, like,
wouldn't make
what if it's only one piece of information per person and they fucked up?
But that wouldn't make sense because only one person can eliminate someone with all the cards, and you need all cards in your possession.
Maybe. We don't know how electing Parka works. That wasn't part of the rules.
Plus, why didn't her death card manifest? And you're saying that because she's destined to have the regret? That, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just saying, like I said, another fucked up theory with no basis for anything, but like, what if it's already Mission Impossible?
Well,
Pain.
This is interesting because remember what we know about cards. They can only manifest based on the person's...
If it's how you perceive yourself, which means Parka has to know that she's Dianna.
I think...
So that throws all the other shit you were saying out the window.
No, I think it's safe to... It could be a subconscious thing. Not like she knows she's Dianna in her subconscious, but because she believes she's a goddess, obviously her death card's not gonna appear because she's a goddess. She doesn't die. Her regret, she doesn't have one. That's another question. Is it Diana's regret or Parka's regret? Does Parka have a regret? And
that is interesting how that's going to affect the game.
And question, if we tell her she's Diana, will those memories come back or will she be confused?
I think the man's gonna come to us. I'm surprised he didn't last night.
だから彼女の見ていない何かがあったんだと思う。
Sure. Start making some educated guesses.
So it's possible that we're just wrong on how she died. Theory.
So the cat?
Yeah, I was gonna say that the cat did it. Because we think it's the guy.
Punt the cat. I'm telling you, dude. We gotta punt the cat.
直接の死因だね。屋根が崩れてきたとか、出血多量だとか、
right.
可能性はいくつもある。
Just start naming them with confidence. It's shocking how calm we are while imagining events from 100 years ago.
Bro, what do you think history class is?
I was gonna say, I feel like it's pretty normal to be calm, except for the fact that, like, it's fucking up your life now, which is crazy, but thinking about someone who died 100 years ago isn't that deep. It's the only method we have to learn more about Parka, though. This is a possibility that's been right next to us since the beginning, and yet it's one we've only discovered at the last moment. Because you never fucking read the diary.
指名するとしたら未練も必要。
That's going to be the hardest part, as it was for pretty much every player in the game, unless you started with their regret card.
Or they gave it to you, like Ringo.
There's no way we'll get an answer by asking her directly. Not like she'd even be able to if our theory about her not remembering her past is true.
I mean, she's always willing to talk. You can try to wheeze it out of her.
Yeah. It's just certain questions she hates, so. It's nothing but a theory, and yet it's one we have to base everything on. I want to believe that we're not following the wrong trail.
But the fact that we had a car manifest, I feel like, says yes.
でも希望は見えた。女神の使命。それがきっとミハルと私が生き残るための唯一の方法だ。
Or it guarantees you both die. Imagine.
希望には変わりないけれど、唯一かどうかはわからない。次の選定で確かめる必要はあるよ。
How do you test it? What do you mean? Is she gonna elect her?
凛花先輩が美晴先輩を指名して美晴先輩が防御したらどうなるかですね。
That's an interesting gamble.
But not in theories, nothing should happen. I mean, there was a week where nobody elected anyone, and nothing happened. Is it? I mean, I guess it's different because there's two people, but still.
それはダメ。指名できる人がいなくなって、もしその時点で指名以外の方法で強制的に決着をつけさせられるなんてことになったら手遅れだ。つまり女神様に聞いて確かめることも危険なんじゃないですか。先輩たちの意図が知られて対策を取られたら。
そうだね。希望が近づいて少し焦っていたようだ。次回の選定での正解は何もしないことかもしれない。12回目の選定の時に手の打ちようがない場合に初めて試せばいいことだ。
そうだね。そして私たちは女神のカードを持っていることを知られてはいけない。
Right, but then if you start asking very pointed questions, I doubt she's that stupid.
It depends. Because it's like, would she even consider that option? Like, oh, I'm a participant too? Would she even have that thought process?
We don't know.
I mean, as long as they're careful about it, as long as they don't go out like, what's your regret, by the way? It's like, what?
もう少しですね。本当に。
Naomi's words hit close to home. I'm getting my hopes up. All that's left is to turn my hopes into a winning strategy. It's kind of ironic, though. We talk about fortune smiling on those with hope, but we're dealing with the goddess of fate here.
それでこの日記帳借りてもいいですか？
If this is a choice, the choice should be obvious. Yes.
I can tell she feels guilty asking, but she just can't suppress her curiosity.
いいよ。ただおばあちゃんの大事なものだから汚したり傷つけたりしないようにね。ありがとうございます。石橋を叩いて壊すくらいに慎重に。いや、だから壊しちゃダメだって。
Important and valuable to my gran as it is, I'm sure it'll be fine in Naomi's hands. It's a source of information too. Naomi might just be able to pick up on something I missed because she's better at English. Once we finish that topic, we spend the rest of the day hanging out as normal. Both of them head home after dark. Seeing them talk to each other like friends when I see them off is a relief.
She turns around and Miharu starts choking Naomi out of nowhere. It's like, wait, what?
I can't hide my happiness, not even after getting back to my room. I never would have imagined this scenario at the beginning of Divine Selection. Not only is Miharu looking to survive now, but we've also found a possibly way for us both to make it through. We've gotten to the point where the translator like switched and they're struggling.
Bro, they were like, I'm done. Just get this game
They're
over
missing
with.
words. Yeah, but that's probably possible. We've also found a possible way for us both to make it. It's basically confirmed that she used to be human. No weighing. What happened during her dying moments then? Something must have caused her transformation. Yeah, it's like in solo leveling. She became a player. We're left with more questions than before, but it's also proof that we're making progress. I'll do this no matter what. Having steeled my will once more, I dive into bed in preparation for tonight's election.
I have a steel chair, will, whatever.
Of the 12 platforms present in the Court of Fate, only 2 remain that participants are actually standing on, Miharu's and my own. Gokigenyo! A strange sense of sadness pervades the endless dreamscape. As usual, Parka's voice cuts straight through those sensations.
ごきげんよう運命の奴隷の皆様あら皆様といえどももうお二人様しかいらっしゃいませんね
Neither of us react to her comment, causing her to press on.
今宵は11度目の選定いくつもの嘆きの果てにあなた方のどちらかが私の器になることでしょうおやおやあなた様方だけではせかされることもありませんねそれはそれで少し寂しくもありますねこたびの選定の参加者は特に賑やかでございましたから
女神の選定は今までに何回行われてきたの
そういえば気にしたこともありませんでしたわ確か12度目あら運命的ですわね
12 is a lot more than I would have thought. So that kind of takes out the family option a little bit here. But also the odds, like the coincidence of it being the 12th. Like they're obsessed with the number 12.
Yeah, it's one of those things where everything like has a meaning. So their meaning's 12.
きち
Yeah.
んと覚えているんじゃないか
So much for not counting.
Miharu sighs before speaking. There's a special meaning behind this being the 12th time, though. I always figured that the 12 weeks and 12 participants was just due to 12 being a good round number. Like how a year is split into 12 months, a clock into 12 hours, and so on. It's a common phenomenon the world over. The same can't be said after this revelation, though. It's too big of a coincidence for the number 12 to recur this much. Then again, I'm not sure if 12 is a lot in this case, since I don't know how much time passes between each selection period.
I mean, this one technically 16 years.
Mm-hmm.
It depends, because you have to remember anyone can die at any moment, so yeah. Who knows? Maybe she was in a vessel for a year at one point.
Maybe.
おやおや、あまり長話をしてもいけませんわね。
Now that I think about it, something doesn't add up. Here we go. The non-thinker is thinkering. Park is always mindful of time passing during this procedure. She never just lets the participants talk till they're blue in the face. She always forces things forward eventually. Why would she do that if this place is supposedly cut off from the normal flow of time?
それでは今宵も選定を始めましょう。
Yeah, you go ahead and do that. Parka makes her announcement before I can ask about it, however. The clock at the center of the court of fate begins to move shortly after.
さて一番様、今宵の指名はいかがなさいますか？
私は指名をしない。
かしこまりましたわ。
Parka shifts her gaze to Miharu.
2番様はいかがなさいますか？私の元器の2番様。
挑発したところで何もないよ。僕も指名をしない。
You angry
わ
face.
かりました。もう面白くありませんわね。
I do declare. She puffs her cheeks out in discontent before making her way back to the center of the court of fate. Those mannerisms of hers are reminiscent of what I've learned about Dianna from the diary. That must be weird. Innocent, yet always one to act on her whims. A girl loved by cats, perhaps because she was like one herself.
お二人様が指名をなさらないのであれば、今宵の女神の選定はこれでおしまいでございます。次回の選定がこたびの女神の選定最後の時。もう一度2番様が私の器になるのか、1番様が器になるのか、今から楽しみでございますわ。どちらが器になってもくすきっと素敵な生活が待っているでしょうから。
Also, I think this is new if you want to grab this.
I'm searching. I'm like half think it's not new, but it's like the first image we got of her, but we haven't seen it since.
Oh, you think? Maybe.
Yes, it is.
Wow. Sheesh. Parka smiles, pinches her skirt, and curtsies. She does this in the exact same way as when I first met her here.
Yep.
一つ聞かせて。次の女神の選定で私たちがどちらも指名を行わなかったらどうなるの？
We'll get there when we get there.
なるほど。確かにもうその可能性を考慮しないといけない時期になりましたわね。
What an amazing non-answer.
運命の奴隷の皆様に割り当てられた番号が何を意味するのか想像していただければよろしいかと。
仮に僕らがどちらも指名を行わなかった場合、若い方が優先して生き残るということかい？
I doubt that's the case, but that's an interesting leading question because that prompts her to say whether or not she's correct. Sometimes saying the wrong thing intentionally is fun. Part of that is to accept. It's likely what Parka is implying. It's a simple enough conclusion to reach at this point. At first, I thought the numbers only represented the order in which we carry out the election process. But now they seem much more interwoven with our fates than before.
もったいぶることもないよね。この番号の意味教えて。
割り当てられたと言ったね。つまり君がつけた番号ではないということだ。おかしいとは思っていた。僕の死をもって女神の選定という儀式が始動するのであれば、僕が一番ではないかと。もしそうであれば、因果の時に発生したわずかな誤差と推測できる。けれど僕が2番の時点でそれは否定される。
ええ、よろしいでしょう。実を言うと、私もいつ聞かれるかそわそわしていましたの。
That also seems like not properly translated.
For true.
皆様の番号は私が好きな数字をつけたものではございません。1から12の番号は世界の本流に近い順番、すなわち1番が最も世界の本流に近く、12番が最も遠いということですわ。
What the freak does that mean? Wait, this was each?
Geographically, how far away they were from...
From what?
What fate decided was supposed to happen, which I think is like the point of causality, right? Because like they keep saying they were supposed to meet up in a place, but they all died before they met up in that place. So yeah, obviously Alan was the furthest away. Rinka's basically across the street from it, although she died on the train going home, so she wasn't exactly across the street, but she was closer. And then Miharu, and then like anybody else who was in Japan.
But wait,
pull up the numbers. I'm actually curious now.
That doesn't make sense because Federico died with Odette. He's 3, but she's down here.
Then maybe it's not quite geographically, but more so maybe how close you were to living the life you were like fate destined for you.
Baby, it's weird. What the freak?
Yeah, that is weird phrasing now that I think about it.
Because it can't be, yeah, like...
Federico's definitely the bizarre one. Because you and Shigetsugu were both in Japan, so that makes sense.
And if it's like at the moment of death, technically you should be next to us because they died next to us.
Yeah. Yeah, so not physically then, something else.
Yeah, because if it's like location to either the place where you died to the talk house or where you usually live, the Japanese people should be first, which means Rinka, Miharu, you. Well, you was in Japan, but I guess technically depending on where it is, Shigetsu and the mother here. I forget her name, but yeah. Everyone else is foreign. I think Chan is Japanese. They never would, but she speaks American actually, so I think she's American.
Yeah, I think she was from the US or something, so her and Scale should be next to each other. The one dude's Chinese. Alan's obviously from India. And Sophia was like Russian or something, yeah.
Yes, she was Russian. So it's not birthplace? Okay, wait. I got it. The world's primary causes? What? What do you mean the world's what?
that just means that means something, and we don't know what that means yet. Neither of us really understand what she just said.
Yeah, me neither.
I can't. Because my only other guess is, like I said, like how close you were to what fate had in store for you, like what was supposed to happen, like how in line you were with that.
I think
but
it's
that's
the
like
furthest,
not something we can.
because in that scenario, I feel like why would Alan be the furthest? Because he's hated, so it kind of makes sense. He was poisoned, so shouldn't he? If it's the closest of what should have happened to you, shouldn't he be?
We don't know, because we don't know when they diverted from the course of whatever they were supposed to do with their life. So maybe Alan was never meant to become like an insane mogul. But he did.
I don't know, because
like how life has a bunch of choices.
I don't, because for me, like if we compare Alan to Rinka, hers is technically an accident because of a bombing, just wrong place, wrong time. Where he is they planned it. They wanted him to die. They like it was.
Yeah, he was targeted.
And then you had to go with like, okay, like, hold on. Odette. She had a lot of enemies, and they were there primarily to kill her. She was sick. And right here, she was sick. So it makes sense why she died. I think it's the revert. Him, I guess, Scale, technically, like, he was driving and did everything he could. And, like, this guy was unhealthy, so he died to his stroke. Hers, I guess, because of childbirth. I think it's the furthest. I don't know. Maybe. But then again, I feel like you should be further down here in that case. Because he was a terrorist and they were using him to, you know, as a suicide bomber. So, I don't know.
The only thing that I'm going to say that if it is the thing that I'm thinking, then it's like a creative non-answer, because unless they go and explain it, that could be just their way of like saying we've given you an answer but you just don't understand it. The end. Like a creative non-answer, like I said. So it's just, that's if it is what I'm thinking it is. Otherwise they may or may not explain it, and then we'll be like, oh, okay. But
yeah, I don't know. I wish they explain it. If they leave it like that, I'm gonna be like, what the hell?
I can't say I've ever heard about this primary course or whatever before now. I think it's gonna be what my thing is. Yep. A creative non-answer. Yeah.
少しずつ違った結果になった世界がいくつも存在するのです。そしてこの運命の大広間は世界を俯瞰する場所。
一度目の選定で君はそう言っていたね。
ええ。
ちょっと待って。本流とか支流とかどういうこと？
I'm with her. I'm not.
例えばあなた様が朝食にパンを食べようと思った時、あなた様が朝食にパンを食べた世界と食べなかった世界が生まれます。
Rinka's never gonna get it. It's fucking doomed. She tries to give me a basic example, but it flies right over my head.
How?
Her cheeks puff up, likely due to my interrupting her, before continuing.
どうして2つの世界が生まれるのでしょうか?
Bread?
あなた様がパンを食べようと思った時点で、あなた様はパンを食べようとした自分とパンを食べない自分を想像します。 世界とは人間の皆様が思っているほど確かなものではありません。あくまで認知の上に成り立つもの。
That's interesting how they're tying it back to how their cards work. 'Cause typically I feel like that's probably not the argument most people make. Like, the argument is that there was like a set plan on rails and you either deviate from it or you don't, and like how far you deviate depends, and like you could go out and come back and blah blah blah, whatever. That's typical, but usually it's not like, oh, your perception of it plays an integral part in its existence. That's almost like the opposite, which is interesting.
結果としてあなた様がパンを食べても、あなた様の想像の中にパンを食べなかった結果はすでに生まれている。
That just makes it sound like we're all just... But it sounds like you can literally rewrite your whole history if you think it and believe it hard enough. What? Or am I misthinking that? What? The hell?
実はその瞬間、認知上にパンを食べなかったという結果は生まれているのです。
So just the realization is enough to spawn a world, I guess. Okay.
Sure.
これが世界の本流と支流という考え方だとご理解ください。
So I was...
つまりこの場合、世界の本流はパンを食べた世界になります。食べなかった世界は支流として進み、本流から少しずつ離れていきます。
どういうこと？
Why would you ask that? You know she isn't. I direct my question not to Parka, but Miharu.
Did she say, are you getting this?
She nods and then goes on to explain.
Oh, she's gonna dumb it down for us.
Okay, let's go.
とでも言えばいいのかな。そうだな。より可能性の高い方が世界の本流になると理解すればいいかい？
さすがにマン様。実はこのお話、あなた様と夢の中でお話ししたことがありましたのですけれど、覚えていらっしゃったのですか？
So, I'm guessing our being one means we're closer to the primary means that we were most likely to live.
That is how they're choosing to define that, yeah.
Okay. Okay, that makes more sense to what I was thinking, because like I said, Alan was an ass and he was going to get off, so his death is the most unlikely.
Right, I could tell by how you were like talking that you weren't understanding what I was saying, so it was just kind of like, I don't know. But I'm glad they're explaining it. Not that I think this is much of an explanation. Like I said, I feel like this is a cop-out. But I think it's nice by way of, like, it's at least saying to our faces, yes, this is our cop-out.
But, like, I guess what I didn't get by, I guess, your explanation is that it still doesn't make any sense. Because some of them are, like, you leaving dangerous lives. How the hell is he on 4?
Basically, there is a source, and we don't know what is written on the source, which is why we can't say one way or the other. We have to trust that the game and the gods know what the source is, and they are telling us, trust me, bro, y'all deviated from the source this much, and therefore you were given these numbers. But you cannot fact check us because you don't know what the source is. The source is not something we can logic to. The source is not saying, like, it has nothing to do with how pure or proper someone lives their life. It has nothing to do with, they're just saying that you was very close to living the life he was supposed to live, which was apparently pretty fucked up. But we wouldn't know because we don't see the source. But that's what I'm saying. It's a cop-out answer.
I guess.
That's
but
exactly
still,
what I mean.
I still argue that he
They're
should
just
be
saying,
lower.
trust me, bro.
At least 6, 7.
You don't know. You don't know. How are you arguing? You don't know. You don't know what the source is.
I said I still think. But, you know, it is what it is.
Renumber them however you like.
It's kind of funny that was she 10? That Chan, she was pretty low. It's like, damn. What kind of life you lived that... Oh. Well.
Was she 10? Cha-Cha was...
She was pretty down there. Oh no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. She was 6. She was 10. He was 9. Yeah. Sophia, no. See, these make sense to me. These could be
also,
argued.
we don't know the numerical value. Like, we don't know how the split-offs are like moved at that. Basically, I'm saying like, you could have not been destined to live a violent lifestyle, but that could be chalked up as a singular deviation that didn't move him that far. It was just one, right? But his life looks dramatically different to us because morally that's fucked up, right? So like, the way I'm thinking about it is like, we don't know anything about the scale of anything. We don't know how any of it's like calculated or quantified or any of it. That's why I'm just like, I don't know, man. But it's funny to think about.
I guess it could be like you just said, a numbers game. That, like, I don't know, Rinka 10 out of 10 would have lived versus, I don't know, used 5 out of 10, I guess. And everyone's worse off. I guess that's how they do it. Like you said.
Like, maybe. Or it could be quite literal because they're using the stream metaphor of like, there's a body of water, there's like, and then they're like, as soon as you deviate, you go into a stream that gets further and further away. So it could be like a quite literal distance on like somewhere where the fates of life are charted and it looks like veins going off in every which direction, and they're counting how far away you are from the artery. Like, I don't know. You know? I don't know.
And ours was just like, you were supposed to live, you just like, you know, fucking the most. Just that one choice, that singular choice got you dead.
Yeah. You got on the train that day, forehead, like the fuck, I don't know, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't, and especially because they've brought self-perception of said fate into it, it makes it so subjective. This is now not even an objective source. This is a subjective source that everyone is individually, subjectively deviating from. This is my problem with it, but I'm gonna let them cook because it is what it is. But as long as they're defining it, I'm saying their definition is stupid, but as long as they're defining it, I don't care.
True, because even Alan, because if you take the perspective, even Alan, when he was dying, he wasn't shocked about it. He was like, yep.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds about right. So.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's crazy. I'm just gonna let them cook more. Miharu shakes her head in response. Her quick explanation helps me to understand things, though. I don't think it does. But go on. If we're talking about the more likely scenario, then me having bread falls under that because it's a scenario born from my initial desire to do so. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
話がそれてしまいましたわね。
We sure have. She's stuck on bread.
Right.
Parka forces a cough before proceeding.
因果の時で皆様が命を落としてしまった時、どこかに命を落とさなかった世界も存在する。
Uh-huh.
私は運命の女神の力を持って因果の時で結ばれた12人の
Right.
命を落とさなかった世界を本流
Which
に
is
束
how
ねて
this
いる
whole
のですわ。
scenario has been functioning.
今本流の世界には僕たちが命を落とした世界と命を落としていない世界が同時に存在するということか。
Uh-huh.
少しだけ異なっています。矛盾した世界が存在できるのはあくまで皆様の集合無意識である夢の世界の中でのみ。運命の大広間は本来世界にとって異物同然。しかしこの場所における認知が本流世界に影響している。
She's calling the death games a perception of things. So if we perceive that we have now elected and killed somebody, it becomes so.
What the fuck? Is that why it's important
No.
that we see their deaths so that we could know it happened?
Probably. Yeah, probably.
Because it.
That's how they're reconciling. That's how they're bringing the stream, because that's how they're connecting all the pieces to build this new correct world of whoever does live, right? Because whoever does live, all the other realities where they died have to be true, so they have to perceive the world where that happened.
Hence why
That's
they killed
exactly
it.
why they're doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly why.
Is that also why Parka has to become? They have to become a vessel because that's their way of perceiving, or at least her power is the way to keep them in that stream.
Maybe. Potentially.
She's like, I don't get it.
The more she talks, the more lost I become. Yeah, yeah. It's, to be fair, I don't think she's an idiot for this one. This is a complex topic
Yeah.
that is difficult. So this is not a, oh, you're stupid. This is a, oh, this is a hard thing. If you don't get it, that's okay. Miharu seems pretty interested in what she has to say, but it's doing nothing but confusing me.
Yeah.
It's okay, honey. You don't need to be a part of this conversation anymore. You did great.
Yeah. Also, they're pretty much also going in circles, so it's not like we're doing any better, or at least I am going in circles.
No, I think you've mostly grasped it for sure. I take a chance to interrupt Parka when she stops for a breath by pointing at the floor.
それで結局この番号は何なの？
It
does!
It does!
Okay. it literally does!
私が悪いと言うべきなのでしょうか。
Somebody once told me. And they don't stop coming. And they don't stop coming.
I love how she's like, you're stupid. Okay.
皆様が生きている世界は本来であれば世界の支流。その支流を私の力で紡ぎ直すことで一本の世界にしている。
Now we're making it a tree.
簡単に言えば運命を
Yeah, it's
変えるのが
over.
た
She's
やす
gonna
い
get
順
stuck
番
on
と思
tree.
っていただければ良いでしょう。
Yeah.
So in this case, because perception is so important, I can guarantee you the reason why Miharu is number one is because she's stupid.
What?
But not stupid intellectually because she's simple. Because you have to perceive your own choices in life, right? You have to perceive a choice for that choice to have an effect. But she has lived her life up until this point not really doing much. That was her whole thing, right? It's like she didn't even identify what her regret was because she never really thought about it. Like she just doesn't think that much, right? It's like because of how simple she is, she became number one because there were no paths to deviate from. Which was different from Federico, who's also stupid, but he thought about worlds in which like he had various regrets with his like mom and like should he have ever joined the mafia and like when he escaped from the like he's perceiving these choices that he made because he regrets them. Rinka never thought about it, so it never existed. So that's why she was the closest to the source.
I was gonna say, like, to be fair,
it is what it is, man.
I don't think he was as stupid as he showed. Is when you add to the fact that he doesn't try much, I feel like that's what explains his quote-unquote stupid more than anything. Rinka's just
That's true. That was explained by way of like when they tried to make us like him. You're right. They did try to give him some depth there where it's like he just kind of he put himself down, so he nerfed his own capabilities. He thought he wasn't hot shit, so he was never hot shit. And then it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. So you're right. But my point still being that, like, because Rinka never thought about it, that's why. And I'm very confident I will stand on that. Because they made perception relevant. And she does not perceive. That's been the theme throughout the entire fictional novel.
Well, to be fair with her, she's a teenager, so I don't know. I don't think most, unless they have a hard life and situation, think about their possible death. So I'll give her the benefit of that, I guess. It's not something most think about.
But it doesn't have to be something massive, like a massive concept. It just has to be like anything. That's the purpose of bringing up the like, do I have bread for breakfast or not?
Yeah.
That it could be something as little as that, but it's because she just doesn't think about stuff like that, or she doesn't think in that way. She has literally just been going with the flow her entire life and never made any choices by way of any of that stuff. And that's the reasoning behind it. It has nothing to do with whether or not she thought about like, oh, what career am I gonna do when I grow up? Or like, oh, how do I think I'm gonna die? Do I want to have kids? Should I get married? Do I want to have a family? Like, it doesn't have to be big topics like that, although those ones are common, but it could be quite literally anything. She just doesn't do it. She's like, nah.
I mean, to be fair, her regret is basically, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. It's like, oh, okay. That's great.
Yeah. Yeah,
happy for
exactly. You. Awesome. Fantastic.
I'ma live.
I think Parka gave up on explaining toward the end there. I get the gist of what she's saying now, though.
2人残った場合に番号が後ろの人が脱落するのは運命を変えるのが大変だから切り落とされる。そう思えばいい。
あら、その通りですわ。あなた様は変なところで察しがいいのでしたね。
You cycled back around to what I thought was their initial misunderstanding, and it just kind of proved me correct a little bit here. I noticed Miharu nodding from the corner of my eye. Can't deny her claim if Miharu is agreeing.
もっと言えば12週間という期間は君が矛盾した世界を成立させられる限界と考えてもいいのかい？
さあ、限界は試したことがありませんわ。 けれどそれ以上は疲れてしまうから実行しないと思っていただいてよろしいです。
Okay. She pouts following that statement. I can't help but think she's exaggerating a bit, mainly because she doesn't want to admit that she has a limit. Can't beat her divine pride. Anyway, the gist is that she's only capable of joining the branches together with the primary course for 12 weeks.
選定の参加者が脱落するってことは死がなかったことになっている世界はどうなるの？
いい質問ですわね。
Just having a class now, I guess.
世界には元に戻ろうとする力があります。私のような女神が世界の糸を紡いだ時、支流は再び支流に本来の流れに戻ろうとするのです。
Okay.
脱落した皆様が生きている世界はそれぞれ支流となってこの世界本流の世界から遠ざかっていきます。
So don't feel bad about killing all these people. They're alive somewhere else.
ならどこかにみんなが生きている世界は存在するってこと。
Yes.
なら
ええ、存在はしているでしょう。けれども一度離れてしまった世界はもう私の力をもってしても観測することはできません。
So in theory, there's a
I'm curious what this.
there's a world where literally each one of them has lived through this and become the winner.
Potentially, yeah. But more so, even think about the world in which Dianna never died.
What about it?
Well, then Parka wouldn't be here, the game wouldn't be here.
True. Maybe. That's a tough one because I still don't even know how Parka became Parka. Would there still be a Parka, just not Dianna?
Just not Dianna.
Yeah.
Could be. Could be. We don't know how that works, but more so, I think it's the part that I found interest here in what she just said is the fact that she can't observe them once they've drifted far enough away. I don't know the significance of why she would feel the need to be able to observe them. Other than, like, they disappear
curiosity.
from existence for her, but that's not to say they might disappear from existence at all.
Yeah.
You know what? This is getting into a conversation that I have with my dad all the time that I won't reiterate because it kind of goes on forever, but it just... perception is such a interesting thing to play with that I'm just curious why they keep bringing it up. Like, I want them to get to the point, basically.
因果の時で結ばれているからこそ、私は12もの世界を紡ぎ直すことができたのですから。
How do you know it's the primary course? I'm gonna get really existential with it now because we're talking about it.
さて、指名を行わないのであれば、今宵はもうおしまいにしましょう。必要以上に長いお話をしてしまいましたわ。
待って。
それでは、今宵の脱落者はなし。これをもって選
She
定を
really
終了
said
といたし
bye,
ましょう。
bitch. She wastes no time in making her announcement after cutting the conversation short. I turn my gaze to Miharu, who calmly nods back to me. That's right, there's no need for us to panic right now. We need to throw our original plan out the window based on what we've learned tonight. Should 2 participants remain, whoever has the higher number will be eliminated by default.
So you think that was probably why... So that's probably why her parents didn't live. Miharu was up higher.
Could be. This likely applies to a situation where we can't elect one another too. Our only hope now is the 1 card sleeping within my book.
Week 11! Yay! Oh!
こんばんは。あるいはおはよう。こんにちは。ではないか
Hello,
な。
strange man.
私も女神のように何か決め台詞というものが欲しかったけれど、なかなか思いつかないものだね。
What, you don't want to say Goki Genyo? It's a pretty common greeting, actually.
He doesn't want to be like, good evening, little slaves to fate. I was like, oh, okay, well, damn.
Once again, I'm face to face with this man.
Why don't you just make your catchphrase meow? We know you're a freaking cat.
He speaks casually and then grins. Is he trying to provoke me?
さて、冗談はここまでとしよう。
Uh-huh.
君はついに、君にとって最も根源的なピースを手に入れた。あとはそのピースをはめれば、原風景が完成する。
The way I'm staring at his arm, seeing if there's a fucking scar.
That's the first thing I looked at when I saw this background. I was like,
Yeah.
all right, his hand's gonna be over here, so.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, nothing.
There's just that cloth covering. We can't see.
完成するはずのなかった記憶のパズル。
What do you mean?
さて、それでは君を忘却の先へと案内しよう。
What do you mean our memory? Okay.
Meaning we're
sorry.
probably the first one to ever discover Parka is Dianna and all that. So he's saying like the reason why the game functions is because no one's ever
Okay, but what
finished it.
this scene, and he said revealing your memory. What do you mean our memory?
Yeah, we're gonna get to it. Don't those eyes look real familiar though? Genetic.
Yeah, genetic. I freaking get.
I'm so glad we have more burning imagery. This is really exciting for me. I'm so happy there's more burning imagery here.
Why is everything fighting me today? Okay.
And stuff's hard. Flames envelop me. Flames powerful enough to flake the skin from my bones. Flames that produce enough smoke to smolder my lungs. My life turns to ash. My inability to move even my fingers tells me as much. I don't want to hear it. Oh god. I hear someone shouting. I finally know to whom those cries of anguish belong. Fate truly works in strange ways. I thought these were memories shared only by myself and Naomi, but I learned that I shared them with my parents, and now it turns out even Linda and Dianna went through the same thing.
It's genetic. I'm sorry, it's just... Why?
It's genetic. Oh, the way it was cut off is awful. The flame spread further, drowning out the cries. My consciousness vanishes by the time they become audible. What the hell?
What?
I don't wanna. And then I wake up in a cold sweat. No, put the cat. No. Shut up. It's meowing and I hate it.
Maui, did I hate it?
Leth must have crawled into my bed at some point, but it's not responsible for this. I disagree. I recall those flames. The memories sleeping within me aren't just my own. I'm not sure if it's because we're related or because I read that diary, but it's definitely due to one of those reasons why I saw what I did. What's more, I noticed that a new card has materialized in my card book.
女神パルカダイアナのシーン
Huh?
Poison is written on the card.
What? What do you mean? What?
That's the most common cause when it comes to deaths like this.
What? Oh.
Carbon monoxide poisoning kills much faster than the flames.
Oh. They made me think like she was poisoned. Like actually, like Alan poisoned. I'm like, huh?
Yeah, it was weird phrasing. No death can be described as pleasant, but Diana's case seems especially painful.
Hey.
Stop! I hate the cat. Leth jumps from my bed, probably because I've gotten up and moved to my desk. It usually runs off after I get up. But I'm not gonna let that happen today.
Hey.
Cat. Oh, we're looking at the foot. Rather than pick it up like normal, I grab it by the tail, mainly out of fear that it'll outrun me. Was definitely about to hightail it. Turns to face me, then starts hissing. Guess being grabbed by the tail doesn't feel too good.
Yeah. I think Cat would react like that.
I refuse to let go and tug it even harder. Jesus!
You could have walked to it.
Oh my god. It tries to run, but I scoop it up, then check its front paw.
Thank you.
I didn't think she was gonna do it. What do you mean you knew it? It has a scar there. The same scar that Leo, Linda's cat, had. Her diary mentioned that it cut itself by stepping on a piece of glass. Naturally, you don't inherit a scar. This is the first time she's ever thought you can't inherit something.
No, that's Miharu that says that. It's genetic.
I don't know, man. The fire was genetic. The possibility of Leth somehow injuring itself in the same spot exists, but I'm willing to bet that isn't the case.
Thanks for the stretch and hydrate.
Thank you, Blaine. Yes, the stretch. Good soup. Yeah, I'm gonna give her points here. I can't believe she's actually.
あなたなんで
What
し
do
ょ
you mean, just in case?
理由とか仕組みとか
What are you telling me right now?
Saying hi.
Sniff, sniff. Sniff, sniff.
I mean, you're safe from the make banana cry because I've used it in this 10 minutes, but the combo attack still exists, so that does
Stop
the same
talking.
thing.
La 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 la.
Thank you. And like I said, the combo
So true.
attack exists.
No. No, don't change the subject. No, we're talking about your model. Burton came by the other day and said you were hot. That was awesome.
Yeah. Oh, combo is like to say.
Why are you just purchasing everything under the sun?
You have points, you gotta use them. Oh, they want a eulogy.
Eulogy?
Old Mordred has just passed away.
Oh, Blaine. You were the best DM that I could ever ask for, and such a good friend. And the way your mohawk was like always on point. Slay. And I know I'll miss the way your wife slaps you in the face with a tortilla.
What?
That was such a good time, and it wasn't even once.
What?
It was like 5 times. That was crazy. And you just got the dream job too, or close to. It's an enjoyable job where you're fully utilizing your skills. The world will truly miss you and all the beauty you brought to it. Rest in peace, my guy. At least you didn't get eaten by a funny little bag. 'Cause fuck that bag. There you go.
That was beautiful.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
I love how she speaks in like, ah, yes, you are the man.
My question may make me sound crazy, but I pose it nonetheless. No, go on. Pose any question, really. Leth is always nearby whenever that guy appears. Okay! Okay! Yes, keep cooking! I first noticed it after seeing the photo with Dianna and Leo. She seems like she's posing already with hand on hip. Yas, slay. I can't just chalk it up to them looking alike now, even if the idea of it living for so long seems impossible. Throwing away logic is a must if I want to find the truth behind divine selection. Its paw serves as my definitive piece of evidence, okay? It only makes sense that even a cat can become a vessel for something if humans can.
夢の世界でしか話せないとかなのかな。
Yeah.
A sudden realization causes me to plop Leth on my seat. If it really is that guy from my dreams, then that means I've been sharing my bed with him. It doesn't matter.
It's a cat.
とにかく私の言っていることがわかるなら今晩も私の夢の中に来てそれで話をしよう。
It is a simple meow, but it sounds like a proper response to my ears.
Ah, yes. Instead of saying yes, I will say meow from now on, I guess.
Meow.
Yeah.
We have Monday through Thursday off from school due to midterms being over. Although it's one of the busiest times for teachers since they have to go over everyone's exams, grade them, then prepare all the different result sheets. Okay, so it's like a teacher work week. Understood. They can probably do with as much help as they can get right now. Funny how I'm the one getting help from some weird guy in my dreams at a time like this. That being said, I plan on keeping the store open all day during our time off. It might seem weird to prioritize weekdays over the weekend, but I'm sure the regulars will appreciate it.
Yay, just a day off.
The day flies by faster than anticipated. Thus, I return to my room.
Thus I return.
Oh, the cat's actually there. Okay, interesting. Leth's already curled up and ready to sleep, so I grab a blanket and wrap it up. It really does understand what I'm saying, huh?
おやすみ。
Got an early start tomorrow, so I dive right into bed once I'm ready.
Am I allowed to talk to it now? To him?
Well, mostly because something tells me I'm not going to feel rested at all when I wake up.
Because she says in the dream world, when she talks to him, she can't respond. I wonder if that will change.
Yep, looks like I was right. Here we go. Here we go. The fact that I find myself in the dream world, albeit one different from the Court of Fate, proves it.
こんばんにゃー。正体が知られてしまった以上、
にゃー。
もう隠す必要もないかにゃ。
Cat entity.
Cat identity.
Ah, he's got
こんばん
jokes.
にゃ。
ここで君が話せないのは仕方ないんだにゃ。
Not the
私は女神はるか。
perhaps.
元ご主人と違って運命の大広間を作り出すことはできないのにゃ。
Wait, what?
You should have asked all your questions before you went to bed then, so you could just answer them.
And again with the puns, Meowfest.
Yeah.
What does he mean by that? Unlike Parka, my previous owner.
When she was Dianna.
So he was... Huh.
He
君
was
の
the
存在
cat
を
back
概念上に固定することはできにゃいということだにゃ。
in ya.
Wait, no. No, he wasn't... I don't think he was the cat. I think he was with Dianna, but upon her death, he got transferred to the cat? And he somehow made the damn cat immortal? What?
Cats have 9 lives. I don't know.
What's with the puns, Bang Man? It's like the second he like, oh, you know, now I'm a cat. I'm gonna use all the puns now. Okay.
私ができるのはせいぜい君の夢の世界に干渉することだけなのにゃ。
I get that he's trying to say something important, but all those cringy cat puns make it hard to care. That's so real. I'll probably force myself to wake up if he doesn't stop soon. Bro, that's crazy.
辛辣だな。もっとも私が伝えたかったのは、君は話すことはできなくても、こうして私に意思を伝えることができる。
Oh! That's actually cool.
That is really nice, the telepathy. Howdy, Falcon. Cats have 10 lives, but lose one due to a fight with the ancient god Anubis after a minor cat deity provoked him to a duel.
What the
The
frick?
original sin for more context.
What is that last message?
Original sin as in like divinity, like the game.
I guess not that last much though.
So what are you exactly?
私はレテ、冥府を流れる忘却の川。正確にはそれを模した力を与えられた存在かな。
I'm glad you're enjoying the how should I say this? The justice system stuff that is going on at the moment, I guess is the way I'm going to phrase that. The trials.
語られる文献によって多少の違いはあるけれど、死後の世界で川の水を飲んだ者は過去の記憶を忘れる。おおむねそんな川であることを知ってもらえればいいさ。
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
I'm picking up what he's putting down. Nope, that doesn't explain anything. Okay, well, it just...
女神の選定で発生する世界の変化。その記憶の矛盾を忘却によって解決しているのがこの私だ。私には人の記憶に干渉するという役目が与えられていると思ってもらえればいい。
At least he's taking responsibility for that. You're into the god who's been fucking us over the whole time? I love that for you. Good luck. He's also a cat, so you're gonna have to brush up on your... Never mind. Either way, I was right about you being Leth. Actually, I guess you'd be Leo considering the scar on your paw. Can you explain how and why you can take on human form and appear in my dreams much like Parka?
私はもうこの世界の何でもない存在だからさ。
Huh?
これはただの猫が私になり、痛いけな少女が女神になったということから始まる物語さ。
Hey.
Huh. A regular cat became me. So yeah, I'm right. He did transfer to Leo and Leo became left, whatever.
One could say that, Falcon. One could say. I knew it. Parker really was Dianna all along. There's no denying it now that he said as much.
ああ、君たちがリンダの日記を見てそこへたどり着く可能性はあると思っていた。もっとも私は君にヒントを出し続けていたのだから、私の正体にまでたどり着いてもらわなければ困るけれどね。
He was like, bro, right here.
It's lucky I didn't drop kick him into a volcano. Hints? Oh lord, here we
私たち
go.
にとって現実世界での場所という概念は関係のないもの。それでも君の夢の世界に現れる時には傍らにいるようにしていたと
He
思
was
う。
doing that on purpose. He was like, bro.
Yeah, now what we've learned is that it's unnecessary for him to do so. He was attempting
そう
to
長く話すこともできない。
like poke her.
手短に私の正体、レテという私が生まれるまでを教えよう。
Okay. Go on. Time seems to be a concern for him too, just like Parka. Curious as I am, I make sure not to interrupt him.
I love how she's
With your
taking this.
thoughts? Yeah.
It like, you know she can hear you.
私が忘却の川の力を与えられたのは結果論だ。順序が違う。
I love how you just ignores it. He's like, she's like, oh, she probably forgot, whatever.
ダイアナは11人の死の後に自らも火事で命を落とした。この形が彼女が女神になるのに最適な形だったのだ。
What, like a bunch of sacrifices to a deity? Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, new model looks pog.
偶然か必然か、それは私もわからない。とにかく彼女の生きたいという強烈な思いはこの世界に存在するかもしれない何かに届いた。
Huh?
He adds that thing. He adds that thing could be what we humans refer to as gods or spirits.
What the?
Along with the fact that it's something we can't perceive.
本来それでは何も起こらない。けれども彼女の死の前には11人分の失われた命があった。ダイアナを中心として11人分の生と死の可能性が螺旋を描き、運命の歪みとなって存在していた。
So it was a coincidence.
Huh. Looks like a 30-year-old plus aunt who never... What? So mixy. What does that even mean?
I'll say this one out loud because it's not that bad, but it's wild. Your model actually looks like a 35-plus-year-old aunt who never left Tumblr furry community but walks the razor's edge of being socially acceptable, but also makes a mean-ass horchata and draws her sister's children little animals on birthday cards. It's the vibe.
I don't know any of that, but okay.
I love that for you. I love that that's the vibe you give off.
I'm not even 30 yet.
I'm just gonna go ahead and put that there.
Hag-minded. What?
This is a good time. I like this.
It's been 10 minutes, don't make me play.
No, not like this. Why am I being punished? I didn't
その
say
歪み
it.
に彼ら11人が持っていた思いのかけらが蓄積していた。概念上の存在にとって思いというのは一種のエネルギー。
Okay.
何かとつなが
Yeah,
った
now
ダイア
we're
ナ・ハリ
now
ソン
we're
は
getting into
歪み
some.
に蓄積していた力を消費することで女神パルカになるという奇跡を起こした。
Okay. I'm curious if it was intentional or not. My guess is not.
Probably not.
その状況で13人目となったリンダ・ハリソンを器として
Yeah, we guessed as much.
もっとも
And we also guessed
何か
that
とは
she
程遠
probably
い
thought she was crazy.
器と儀式を必要とする不完全な存在ではあるけれどね。
More sacrifices. Yeah, sure.
とここで愛らしくキュートなレオという猫の登場だ。
Okay.
ダイアナが命を落とした火事の中で私もまた死が目前に迫っていた。
Okay.
ダイアナはレオに死んでほしくなかった。その一心でただでさえ不完全な自分の力を私に分け与えた。
Uh-huh.
正確には分け与えた力によって私は何かとつながった。運命の輪から外れた私は 火という概念を忘れてしまった。
Sure.
人のような意志と輪郭のみが与えられた存在。人でも猫でも、もちろん神でもない。それが私さ。残念ながらダイアナの意志も虚しく、レオはこの世界からいなくなってしまった。レテは
Okay.
何にもなれない何かだからね。
Man's is a null set.
I have to unpack that
I only
later.
get about. Huh?
I have to unpack that later. My head hurts. Hold on. But yeah, keep reading.
I only get about half of what he's saying, in all honesty. The fact that she thinks she has half is like so cute.
I think I have half. I think my half looks different than her half.
I
but-
believe you have half. I don't believe she has half. I believe you have half. It's like how you can understand words but not their meaning. Okay?
I feel
Yeah.
that. I feel.
Yeah. I'm sure what he's trying to say is simple, though. It's not. It's all theoretical nonsense. Diana's desire to live led to her becoming Parka, and her desire for Leo to survive turned it into Leth. Yeah,
Yes.
that's enough. That's really
Yeah,
all you need
yeah.
to know. That's fine. Now I'm even more curious. You're never gonna understand. Stop being curious. Wait, no, I just told her to ask more questions. I lied. She should be curious. I take that back. I can't shame her for doing so and then shame her for not doing so. I have to pick my lane.
You just want to shave her.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. I'm so mean to her.
You're mean to all the protagonists.
I know. I've yet to like not insult a single one. Like
You open the visual novels
That way-
with maybe like you're the protagonist. Fuck you. It's like oh. Okay,
I don't do that
haven't-
intentionally. They just all make me do it for the same reason. Which is unfortunate because they use it as a plot device, but I'm like, ugh. That way of thinking is the exact same as us. He still has more to say.
ダイアナは優しい少女だ。
Right?
だから
We've
忘却の
gathered as
力を手に
much.
入れた私は、まずダイアナから人間である時の記憶のほとんどを奪った。
Okay,
Oh.
makes sense.
パルカという存在から人間のような意志が失われないギリギリのところまでさ。
Human-like will. Interesting. He picks and chooses how much Kool-Aid.
なぜだかわかるかい？
Because she wouldn't be able to
Otherwise, she'd be
bear.
insane.
Yeah, I guess.
自分が存続するために女神の選定を行うという業。
Yeah.
残酷な希望を背負わせ断ち切るという罪。優しい彼女がそれに耐えられるはずがないと私は思ったのさ。
Yeah, that's true. Imagine you're in a situation like, what do you do? It's like, oh damn.
She never once tried to interfere with our fates. Our situation seemed entertaining to her on the surface, but she never looked as though she was truly enjoying it.
そうさ。女神パルカには君たちのような心があるわけではない。
She's taking notes.
だからこそ無慈悲に選定の管理者を続け、その存在を存続してきた。
So divine selection is a system put in place to ensure Diana's continued existence? Yes. It sure seems that way, at least.
さて、ここからは私のお願いだ。
Please don't
Execute
kill
her.
her.
Oh no, I think he wants her to be. Because he's like giving us these breadcrumbs, so I think he wants her to finally be released from it. I could be wrong.
A request?
ああ、忘却の川としてではなく、 ご主人様を愛した猫としてのお願いだ。
Now it's 50-50.
あなたを
Okay, that's
救ってほ
just
しい。
simple. It's like save her. It's like, how the hell do I save her?
Yeah, I was gonna say, save her does not lean one way. Like, that's not an answer, because that could mean end her suffering, or that could mean keep her alive inside you as the vessel. Save her is not an answer. Save her?
I think that's what they're doing, so that she interprets it, and then that leads to a choice.
And that'll be our final choice.
Yeah.
So we're
So-
killing her ass, right?
あの子はついに女神として野望を持ってしまった。
See, even Falcon votes kill.
それは概念上の存在であることを捨て受肉すること。人間に対し器を超える利用を行うこと。
Now, how do you think that's possible, sir? That's a funny typo. It looks Hawaiian. Like the huma huma nuku nuku apua, but it's Dianna.
Diana.
So Dianna. So Diana's trying to revive herself then.
違う。ダイアナはそんなこと望んではいない。
But you wish for this for her.
Parka, whatever.
Oh, I
長き
see.
にわたる
Yeah, you're
選定
right.
で
Divine's
彼女はす
okay.
でにパルカという人格を作り出している。わずかに残ったダイアナの記憶をベースに新たな人格が誕生しているんだ。
Yes.
人格というものにおいて野望や欲望は切り離せない。
Right.
だからこそパルカは野望を持つことになった。
The desire to live. So true.
条件が揃ってしまったからだ。肉体的にも
Right.
性質的にもかつて人間だった自分と等しいものに出会ってしまったからだ。
Ah.
Oh. Us.
実の姉の子孫であり生まれつき運命の歪みの中にいた少女にね。
This is fun. So we're killing her, right? Diana's older sister, Linda. Someone born during divine selection whose existence wasn't undone.
Dun dun dun.
It's me! Granted, that's not too difficult to figure out when only me and Miharu are left at this point. You know what? But this explains the bad ending we got and how disappointed she was. This explains that because we were like, it was giving off the vibe like we were supposed to win, so it kind of ruins the whole point of her being impartial. You know?
Yeah.
That's why.
But I guess this way it makes sense because her perfect vessel is someone that resembles her sister and technically isn't supposed to be alive.
Right.
Which
We'll just
okay.
do a quick soul swap.
Yeah, you're the new Parker. Congrats.
ご明察。君の友人の中から君を見たパルカは君も選定の参加者になるように運命を変えた。
Yeah, that probably was not that hard, TBH.
Huh?
Huh? Oh god,
それは-
it's over.
パルカが運命に逆らうことと同義。
So she
Right,
altered
she
fate
let
so we
you
would have
live.
to? What, like,
We were never supposed to be born. She made it so we were born.
yeah.
仮初めの運命の女神であるパルカは決して運命に勝つことはできない。運命は世界は正しい形に戻ろうとするからね。
Right.
だからあの子が君の体を使って受肉しても待っているのは悲惨な死さ。
Uh-huh. Unless... Dun dun dun! We win the funny game! What do you want me to do then?
君たちはすでにあと一歩のところまで来ているだろう。
So we have to elect her?
指名というのは個人を明らかにすることで運命を呼び戻す行為。パルカが指名されればダイアナの運命は本来の運命に引き戻される。新しく生まれた人格ではあれどパルカもダイアナと同質の存在。共にこの世界から消えていく。やっと死ぬことができる。
So he wants us. Okay, so clear cut.
ダイアナはもう十分に頑張った。運命に逆らうこともない。
What about us then? We're trying to do what she did.
君たちとダイアナは違う。女神の選定の参加者が生き残るというのは生きている可能性の世界を本流にすることに過ぎない。でもあの子にはもう生きている可能性がない。生まれてから100年以上経ってしまっているしね。
So us is different because technically there's still a possibility. With her, there's zero.
これが本当の意
Right,
味
she
で
only exists in
運
the
命に
past.
逆らうということだ。けれど痛みが伴い苦しみが伴う。それらは自覚のないうちに檻となって溜まっていくものさ。
And you're fine with this?
ダイアナは今も泣いている。これは彼女の意志でもあるさ。
Can you explain that?
さて、私が君の夢の世界とつながっていられるのもそろそろ限界
So
だ。
I'm driving through a tunnel. You're breaking
Wait, bye.
Wait. We still don't know Parka's regret. There's more I want to ask too.
心配しなくても君は間もなく全てを知ることになるだろう。
Bro, he's not like going away forever. You still have the damn cat. You can talk to him tomorrow or another day.
そして君もまた私から脱却しなければならない。
Oh.
ここからは君たちが知恵を絞って
The
君た
timing
ちの
of
力
that.
でその日を迎えてくれ。
It's like, by the way, no.
Dun.
Is it fine?
君たちが幸せになることのできるその日を。最後に
No.
一つ謝ろう。今回の女神の選定が始まった当初、
Yeah, no shit.
君の記憶を抜いたのもやはり私だ。君が女神の肉体に
That's not
適
a
合することを
revelation.
忘れさせるためには君の記憶も抜き取る必要があったんだ。女
Fascinating.
神が意図的に君を勝たせることがないように。いや、言い方を変えよう。今のご主人様は君だ。君のご友人も私は知っている。君が幸せになるには二人とも生き残ることが前提条件だっただろう。私ができる協力というのはそれくらいだからね。
So, in a way, she would set it up where we would be forced to eliminate people left and right, like a freaking mad person. I'm guessing.
Perhaps, but also, if you recall, I think it was the night that he removed that fog and that we remembered that we became determined to live, and that's when we started actively participating in the game. So he's saying if we were doing that from the beginning, it would have been dramatically different what happened, which is true and fair. So, I don't know.
But with the way he makes it sound, it's like, would we have been okay with eliminating Miharu?
Who's to say? That's a timeline that doesn't exist. You've always been okay with
すで
eliminating
に
her.
彼女は君を狙っている。
Yeah, but I don't. I'm
君
not
が
her
徐々に記
friend.
憶を
I
取り
don't
戻
like
すに
her.
つれて女神も記憶を取り戻しているからだ。
Oh, okay. Here's the last piece that was like good
Ah.
for us to know why he did what he did. A way for both of us to survive.
So he's been on our side the entire time, and you've been wanting to punt him the entire time.
I still do. We literally said we need one more piece to do what you were asking, and he's like, nah, do the work yourself.
Bro,
The
I'm
fuck?
tired. I don't know. Figure it out yourself. You
Like,
know.
how does he not know by now that we're idiots?
He's only seen us when we feed him, so he's like, she's capable enough.
She gets it. She knows. I will say there's more meaning in doing it yourself, but like, come on.
もっと
Who
も
knows? Maybe if we
私が与え
do
たのは
horribly,
きっか
he
けだ
just
け。
comes the Saturday
今に到
before
達
and
で
is
きた
like,
のは
okay, you're taking
君
too
の
long.
力さ。
That would be funny.
He was like, bro.
I guess I should thank you then.
お礼を言うのはこちらだ。猫として一緒にいる時間の方がはるかに長かったけれど、君
Aw,
はとても
that's
いいご
kind
主
of
人様
nice,
だ
I
った。
guess. Because all pet owners have dreamed of this, right? Where like if their animals could talk to them. So this is a cute moment. Fuck this guy, but this is cute.
次に会うのは全てが終わった時だ。これ以上手を貸すのは私のルール違反だ。
He's like, I can't. What rules? I guess.
ルールというのは何かを守るためのツール。私がルール違反ばかりしていてはこの世界の秩序は守れない。おっと、思わず笑顔になってしまうほどあどけない猫ちゃんの姿では合うだろうけれど。
He's like, I'll be around more as a cat.
それでは成功を祈ろう。
That explains it. Also his
Yeah,
eyes.
alright,
I don't know if
buddy.
you. I think you said it before, but yeah, his eyes.
Yeah. Everything about him has been driving me nuts from the beginning. It strangles him. My mind begins to lull once more as he stops talking. Dreams are supposed to be a way for the brain to process thoughts, but I'm leaving more confused than I came. On waking up, I notice a gorgeous black cat sleeping on my bed. Okay, well that was an unnecessary descriptor.
She likes her
No.
cat. Leave her alone.
I drag myself out of bed after hearing its answer. Beth told me that we need to make it through on our own. Through the 12th election, the conclusion of divine selection. In other words, next Monday.
Dun dun dun.
We need to overcome all odds and reach that day.
さて、今日も
My phone goes off just as I'm about to get ready. Looks like Mao's calling me. It's not a text, an actual call. Is it to yell at us for still not giving Miharu an answer? Because that'd be kind of funny. I take a deep breath and answer it.
Oh.
That's not good. Mal's panicked voice is the first thing I hear after picking up. Sorry, my mind started spinning because she has the fucking diary. The shock of what I just heard causes me to drop my phone.
Why?
Because she didn't elaborate. She could be dead again. Oh, she's in the hospital. Oh, fuck. Nah. Mao called me Haru as well, and so the three of us met in the hospital lounge to talk.
So this is good stuff. Oh my god.
You shut the hell up. No.
Okay, we are gonna stop
refuse.
for a second because I have to pee. So.
Go pee. I'll just eat some broccoli or something. I don't know. It's me and you, chat. Bro. No matter what timeline it is, if Naomi's just destined to die, this fucking sucks ass. Our character is gonna be useless this week. Also, what kind of damn curse? This is kind of reminiscent. I'll reiterate this when Bleach gets back because this is actually a really interesting thing that I think of the connection I've just made. But because this whole thing started with a bunch of people dying around Dianna. Dianna was the center of so many fucking people dying. And now here we are, and like the people around us keep dying. This is fucking Naomi. How many times does Naomi have to die? Once at the beginning, once in the middle, and now it was when she was reading the diary. Like, what the fuck happened? I need to know what happened. What is she like in the hospital for? Is it just something silly, or is it like bad? Like, what happened? Like she was reading the diary and she ran into a pole and got a concussion or something. Like, I don't know, bro. Dude, this poor fucking girl, she never should have been friends with us. We have a crazy non-girlfriend who's been harassing her. She keeps dying due to a curse on my fucking family. Like, hello? Although part of me has been thinking for a while now, but I don't think this holds any merit. But I was wondering if Naomi actually kind of is linked to it as well, just not in the divine selection way, but in like a fate way. I don't know. Because she has... The game's made it seem like she's unaware of our connection to us, and she doesn't know necessarily what she feels towards us, but I'm wondering if she's like the substitution for the sister, like Linda. I don't know. This whole thing kind of insane. I don't know how to feel anymore. I do like broccoli though. I'm so curious what people think is going on here. Give us your most insane takes on what's happening, because clearly we spitball a lot. I'm so curious what people thought as they were playing through the game. People probably don't take nearly as long on the what if game as we do. We will sit here and what if for like hours and not even, we'll just not play the game. Refuse. God, I'm just so worried. I fucking pee faster or something. Hello? God, I don't. Click the next button. Dude, I wish I could parsec in. I want to take over. I just want to keep going. I love how I'm just a guy on Bleach's head now, though. I'm just a guy. I guess I was always a guy on Bleach's head, but I mean, now that the model like moves and then I just go for a ride. Like right now I'm tilted and I have no say in the matter whatsoever. I'm fully like sideways. glancing off into nowhere. And with my heart eyes, it looks like I'm in love with the thermostat or something, whatever that is on the wall right there. Like, oh, yes. Hospital AC. My beloved. Honestly, hospitals do a pretty good job with the AC. They keep it rather pleasant a lot of the time. Because they'd rather have the hospital cold and then bundle up the patients with like a million blankets. And they also have like a blanket heater thing too. But I don't know. Sometimes they get too busy to like remember to care. It's difficult. Healthcare is a difficult profession. But yeah, they'd rather do that than have a hot hospital. Also, I think that affects people negatively, and I think it's better for like all the equipment that they have too.
What?
Yeah, this makes sense. This checks out. I don't know. I tangented all the way to the healthcare system.
Oh, goody.
But the one part that I wanted you to hear, which is the irony of the fact that this all started with there being like a curse surrounding Dianna, like everyone around Dianna was dying. And now we just have Naomi who keeps fucking dying. Like we're the problem. God, it's crazy. Okay, hit next. I really want to know. Like bad. Based on what we know, Naomi was rushed there earlier. Rushed? So it was like bad? What happened? She was hit by a car. She was hit by...
いつもみたいに家で本を読んでちょっとうとうとしてると思ってたらいきなり頭が痛いって言い出して
What?
Oh, like when she starts remembering stuff. No, there was something else that I was talking about that I didn't want to be real.
ひどい熱が
Because
出
I
て
was
た
like,
み
what
たい
if
で
she's like the Linda stand-in?
ナオリンのお母さんが救急車を呼んだんだって
Because she gets sick every time she starts to remember shit. Fuck.
原因は分かっていないようだね。
Fate is the cause. Pain and suffering and bullshit. I'd heard the details from Naomi's mom as well. They have no idea what's happened. What's worse is she's also unconscious. It's so sudden that they can't think of any cause. I can't blame them either. She seemed perfectly fine to me when we last met. Doesn't seem like she's collapsed from overexertion, so all the doctors can do is put her on an IV and let her sleep for now.
どうしてマオのところに連絡が？
リータンのお店に行こうって誘おうとしたらお母さんが出てそれで
This would be completely unexpected to most people. But me, I've seen her go through this before.
その本って何の本かわかる？
A
わ
diary?
かんないとっても古い本だったってことくらいしかでも古いからカビとかアレルギーとかが原因かっていうとそうでもないみたいだよ
A mold. I try not to make a big deal out of this information.
今私たちにできることはないね。これから検査とかもあるみたいだし、一旦帰ろうか。
I head out after that, but not before making eye contact with Miharu. At the... Hey, babe.
Hey, friend.
Babe.
Can you come over here?
Babe.
Friend.
Back at Lionhouse, Miharu turns up before long. Guess she understood what I meant. Mao took this development the worst out of us, so I urged her to just go home. Which is funny because Mao's the only one that doesn't remember that Naomi died. That plus the fact that I can't really discuss what I'm about to when she's around.
10回目の選定の前にもナオミが倒れたっていう話をしたの覚えてる？
ああ、 アラン・スコーピオンが羊さんを助けたという一件だね。
I nod.
あの時もナオミは頭が痛いって言って倒れた。熱も出ていたし、あの夜よりも症状はひどいけど似ている。
True.
記憶の混濁が原因だと言っていたね。僕たちと違い、羊さんは選定のたびに毎回記憶が塗り替えられている。それが彼女にとって負担
Something
に
like
なり、
that.
頭痛が発生しているということだったね。
I suffered similar headaches during the start of Divine Selection due to my own foggy memory. In Naomi's case, new memories are overriding those she had prior to the alteration. That means she's suffering twice as much as I did.
私のせいだ。私が気づかなかったから。
君のせいではない。僕も。
This one was kind of hard to anticipate though, because
Yeah, it's so hard.
it's not a normal reason. Because, like, I'm thinking she should be able to read this and have it not affect her. So there's something that was rewritten in her brain that has to do with this information that's now being shoved back in. And you wouldn't know that.
It could be just that it's compounding, because like they said, her memory has to be like every time we tell her something about someone in the game, her memory has to be rewritten about that person. So with like the mother, her memory had to be rewritten where she kind of didn't meet her before, which also rewrote her memory of meeting Alan. Then there's the stuff with her, you know, meeting you. She has to rewrite that, and she even died from that, so she has to rewrite even knowing him, everything. And I don't know what else she got in contact with, but I feel like she's seen some of the other participants too, so she has to be rewritten in seeing them at all, because she knew they were participants. So that has to be rewritten again and again and again and again. But they still have to leave in the fact that she knows about Divine Selection at all, because Rinka told her. So, and Rinka's still involved. So it's like so much memory rewriting that it's just a pain. I think it's just a toll. It probably came to a standstill with Alan. I don't know if there is something she read. I don't think so, because what the hell would she read that would spark that?
What do you mean?
Like, what? It's only about Dianna and what's it called?
Right. That's what I've been saying. Like, normally she should be able to read it unless she had something to do with that information in the past before it was rewritten. So that means that she had to have come across something before. Or there is something that she inherently knows as a person that had been forgotten, maybe even before all of this stuff happened, that she is now remembering. Or like it's tearing her apart, because this has nothing to do with anything that she has previously known at all.
I doubt it. Another theory that I was thinking when I was watching this, it could be Parka's doing, because now that Parka has her eyes set on Rinka, she could be tampering.
Just killing off allies.
Or
bad Dianna, not again.
Or doing what you did, force us in a corner where we have to play by their rules, type of thing. I don't know. I could be way off, but it's there, is all I'll say. Who knows? It could just be a coincidence, but you know, coincidences, and it could be her 12th memory wipe. It's always the 12th.
Yeah, maybe.
Does that mean her memory gets wiped every week? Because that's how they make it sound. Like every divine selection, her memory has to be wiped. Exception of one because she was dead.
I would assume so. Or rather, when something happens that affects what she should know about what's going on. Naomi's been with me this entire time.
False.
I may have chosen to distance myself from her for a time,
Yes.
but I've been keeping her up to date with everything since the incident with you. So basically, I've been replacing her new memories with those from before the alteration.
Wow. That doesn't help at all. I get it, but like, damn.
Yeah, because otherwise she wouldn't be useful at all, because she's like, I want to know, I want to support you. So, like, I get it that you have to tell her, but I feel like she's useless either way, because now she's in a damn coma, so...
I feel like there were ways to do that without having to, like, oh, by the way, this person existed and was in your memory, and... I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like there's... Then again, they were probably not thinking about it, but still.
Yeah, I just don't think there was ever going to be a way to have Naomi be useful, but the fact was that we tried, and it's, like, killing her, so, I don't know.
She was useful at points, but I don't know.
She was useful the first time. But then as soon as her memory got wiped again, like, no. Because then we have to remind her of everything. Because it's like, even if she had her own thoughts, because she's inherently, like, more... She's able to follow trails and make better assumptions, like, similar to Odette, probably, where she can sit there and she can, like, extrapolate information based on the things around her. But if we can't keep the information straight for her, and she can't even remember the own thoughts that she had about those things, she has to go down those trails again every time, and then we don't even understand all the stuff she understood. It's literally, she's just useless. Like, it's not worth the pain and suffering to get half-assed, like, nonsense. It's just not fair. I'm not saying she's useless by way of, like, it's her fault. I'm just saying she shouldn't be used. Things never would have escalated this far if I had been more careful.
今はお互い責めても仕方がないね。僕たちは羊さんの意識が戻るのを信じるしかない。そして今僕たちがすべきことは女神の選定について考えることだ。
I think all we can do for her is to try to get past divine selection so we can put it past her. So that she doesn't risk having another memory wipe.
I'm so grateful for Miharu's level-headedness. Then again, I doubt it's all natural. She's forcing herself to be like this due to my own state of panic.
Why did you give me a shadow in my own channel? Hydrate banana.
Hydrate banana. I don't wanna hydrate banana. Or can't even shout people out. Okay, this is fucked up. I look over to the side because someone DM'd me and they sent me a damn gif of Rem from ReZero. That's fucked up. doing here? But the timing is so stupid. I hate it here. God. She's forcing herself to be like this due to my own state of panic. Take a deep breath and suggest that we sit down.
Oh, Ford, I don't know if you noticed. Emotes. I have those.
They came in. I can't just switch gears considering the circumstances, but the truth remains that either Miharu or I will die if we don't sort things out. Well, specifically, unless Miharu intentionally elects you and you do nothing to stop her, she can't win.
Yeah.
Because
like,
you win by default.
You win
if y'all
by
do
default.
nothing, you win. If you do something, you win.
You use the gun. Haha.
Nice. Nice gun. We need to make progress no matter what.
見て
I show her a certain card. Diana's cause of death.
Now we must explain to you our cat.
Not only that, but I make sure to fill her in on what Leth told me. Needless to say, doing so takes some time. Right, because your interpretation is fucked, so she has to interpret your interpretation of what's going on. I make some coffee to help calm both of us down, but we drink it all long before I'm done. Oh, hi,
なるほど。多くの疑問は解決した。そして君にしかダイアナのカードが作られていない理由も
conversation. You don't have to remind me. I tilt my head in curiosity, not entirely understanding her.
Oh my god.
はるかが君を求めるのは彼女にとって君が特別だから。反対に言えば君にとってもパルカ、ダイアナは特別なはずだ。
I love having things explained to me like a baby.
私の中に
Did you fucking send me a gif of Rabbits? Why'd you send me a screenshot of Mio crying from my happy marriage, Ford? Why are you... That's a sad part. Hold on, pause.
What?
Ford sends me a screenshot of Mio crying and is like, I don't know the show, so I don't know what parts are sad. You picked the part when her family kidnapped her and her sister shoved her in a shed and tortured her for days until her husband shows up and burns down their damn house and rescues her, dude. It could be happy tears. Oh, no, no.
The happiest of tears.
I thought it was a slice of life. No! No, it's not!
It is a slice of life, but that doesn't mean it's a
About
happy.
a nice marriage? No! They're not even... I don't want to even say a spoiler. It's fine.
Aren't they engaged?
They're gay? So true.
Engaged.
Oh, engaged. Sorry, my brain heard what I wanted to hear.
No. These two are just friends. What do you mean?
How they overcome typical married problems. Stop
What?
it.
Exactly, typical married problems like the in-laws and
Yeah, you just kill him, honestly.
like the in-laws.
Oh my god. That was such a crazy moment for you to pick just out of nowhere.
It's called My Happy Marriage. What do you mean?
But it's my favorite show ever, so how do you think, like, I like tragic shit. I don't like, if it was happy, it wouldn't be my favorite show.
To assume it's about a happy marriage.
It is wrong of you to assume because it's my favorite show.
Maybe you're changing it up. I don't know.
Just switch things up. Why the fuck is the title sarcastic? Well,
To be fair,
that's
they're not
misleading.
married, so technically they're not at happy marriage yet.
Yeah, it'll be happy eventually.
Eventually.
To be fair, I'm a reader, so I know what happens. And it's not a lie. It just takes a while.
My Happy Marriage prequel. I don't know.
What if you call it the prequel? It's not a lie. Why am I still being sent stuff about Rem?
Maybe it should be Road to My Happy Marriage. I don't know.
My happy marriage, but I'm not happy and we're not married. What the fuck? No, yes, that's true. Yeah. Exactly. See, you get it. You understand. It's so good. I want to binge it now. I want to. I need to go back. I need it. Binge with
Feel
you.
like-
Okay.
It's like getting
Wanna
mad at
think-
One Piece. Like, where's the One Piece? What the hell? It's not here.
It's real, I swear.
It's real, I swear. One Piece is real, I swear.
That's an amazing argument, and I appreciate you because that was so valid. This
real, I
not unhappy non-marriage that probably doesn't even belong to anyone. Yeah, just tear apart the
Very
whole
valid
title.
point.
Makes no fucking sense. Yes, amazing. Wow, that was such an experience. I loved that.
Anyways.
Miharu nods and says that's likely the case.
とにかく猫ではない方のレテは信用するしかないだろう。また聞きだからかもしれないけれど、話の辻褄も合う。
何よりあの子は私たちのこともダイアナさんのことも好きなんだと思う。
Sure.
あれだけ長く存在しているというのなら、もはや親心のようなものかもしれないね。
Okay, you know.
Leth just happens to pass by while we're talking about it. It flinches when I call out to it, but then it turns to face us.
ナオミはきっと記憶のことで苦しんでる。助けることはできないの。
Leth should be able to do something. Do something! He might even know the cause. What's more, he could use his powers to make her forget one side and stabilize things.
で、眠らないと喋れないよね。今 今ここで居眠りすれば話せる？
Leth shakes his head. Not every day do you see a cat do that. I realize right away that it isn't doing so just in response to my question, though. The Leth in my dreams already told me that it won't help us anymore.
僕からも頼む。君は羊さんを救う方法を知っているのだろう？
See, now's the time. Even Miharu pleads with it. Leth doesn't respond this time, instead turning its head and wandering off. What an asshole. Neither of us can do anything to stop it. Well, you don't want to grab his tail again. That reminds me of what I was told before. You can't rely on me any further. From here on out, you'll have to use everything you know to make it through.
レテはこうなることを知っていた？
Likely. It's possible he said that while taking this situation into consideration. In that case, this is something we need to overcome on our own.
とにかく明日また羊さんの様子を見に行こうか。
Poker with several sticks.
そうしよう。
Just be her Prince Charming and kiss her awake. Don't do that.
Now who wants to piss off Miharu?
We split up for the day following that. All that's left to do is wait. It's not true at all. So I say, but it's pretty frustrating when we don't even have time to discuss Parka's regret. Leth didn't appear in my dreams last night, though that much was expected.
I'm guessing... I'm gonna guess it's the same thing, like her. It's just wanting... Because it's her desire to want to live that pretty much... Why the hell does it keep doing that? Whatever. But it's her desire to
What, are you hearing pipes again?
No, every time I click off the game, my model disappears too.
Interesting.
But I think it's the desire to want to live the same way. Because it's what made her become a god, the goddess anyway, so I feel like that would be
right. Yeah.
Or it could lead into similar to Alan, how her regret is linked to her sister.
Oh, I didn't even realize that you were guessing at the regret. Okay, so you think her regret is not being able to live, or I was also thinking it has to do with the sister.
Yeah.
Or even just that all those people happened to die around her. That's pretty regretful.
Maybe, but her usually regrets
or that she
have to do with
started
future.
this death game at all to begin with, even if it was on an accident. But I feel like that would require her to remember.
Yeah.
Although I guess she's kind of remembering now.
But it's more mixed in with Parka, though. He said that the regret and death that's in her is still lingering from Dianna. So I assume it's Diana's regret upon her death more than anything.
What would she be regretting the moment she died? The cat?
She wanted the cat to live too, but she wanted to live herself. That's what made her a goddess. So I think if it's not that specific with her wanting to live and the cat, it has to be her sister. Not. It could be a mix of both. Like not growing up with her sister, not living with her sister. Like you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with the not living thing. Because I like that the best. And also think about how poetic it would be that they have the same regret.
Yeah.
Like the exact same like
That's
wording
why.
and everything.
That's
Like
what my
that's
thought
gotta be it.
was. Since
Yeah.
her regret is just like that.
Yeah.
And it could be also explains
so.
why he made sure we would regret that regret, because it's so linked to her that it may have sparked something in Parka since the beginning. Anyways, do you want to go one more, or should we call it?
I do wanna I wanna finish if we can, honestly.
I don't think we're close,
Like-
but we can try to do one more and see how close we are.
Yeah, because I wanna see if it time skips. If it time skips, I'm down.
Yeah, okay.
I can't tell if this tendency to rely on others is a trait of mine or of people in general. Either way, we've made arrangements to go to the hospital with Mao today. Miharu has to work the morning shift, so it'll happen this evening. We're gonna talk things out back here regarding Parka's regret once we're done, too. I waste no time in getting ready to leave. What is this, like, horrendous boss music? Jesus. Not that the music is bad, but, like, why is it so ominous? Mao makes no effort to conceal her shock over the current situation. Both of us sigh, prompting Mao to relay the rest of what she'd heard from Naomi's mom.
なんとかスキャンって検査もしたらしいけど、わからない。こんなの突然すぎるよ。原因不明だか
Poor
ら、
Mao.
このまま目を覚まさない可能性もあるって。
Oh.
Yeah, that does seem possible.
どうしちゃったの？
She's transcending.
She's the key. Not knowing what's going on must have her far more distressed than me. That almost makes me want to reveal everything about Divine's election to her. No, then you're just gonna put her in a coma. Stop it.
Her memory will be rewritten one more time versus her.
Just
versus,
once.
Yeah, versus the 11 times. So. Technically,
It's not that bad. It's just one.
Technically, it might not be rewritten at all, given that if we both live, what would her memory be rewritten for?
Yeah. Miharu pulls on my sleeve upon noticing my expression, though. We haven't told her about any of this for a reason. She doesn't deserve to be burdened with that knowledge. Plus, we want her to remain as our beacon for a regular life.
Regular life's boring.
I clench my fists and do all I can to hold back the temptation. Telling her won't help Naomi recover.
ナオミを信じるしかない。
It hurts, but that's really all we can do for now.
That's it. Okay.
今日はここまでにするよ。
Miharu and I return to Lion House to talk things out. Not much comes from our meeting, though. Miharu seems particularly disappointed based on her expression when she leaves. Our discussion involved Parka's regret. Came up with a number of ideas based on what I'd learned from Leth, but none of them resulted in a card. It's Wednesday, so I'm starting to panic. I'm starting to feel like I really am powerless. Was it just a coincidence that everything else went so well prior to this? I'm sure Miharu is going to offer up her own life if things continue like this. It's not like she has a choice. Parka said she had no involvement in the distribution of our numbers, but I can't help but suspect that she set things up for me to be the sole survivor should a situation like this arise. It allows her to carry out her ambition.
そんなの
I clench my fist in anger. It's all I can do.
今日はここまでにするよ。
Thursday.
It's going fast. I say we do it, unless you don't want to.
I'm a little hungry, that's the only thing. But I can wait a bit. As long as
Are you
it's
sure?
not like...
I don't want to torture you.
as long as it's allowed like 5 hours away, I'll be fine.
No, I doubt it's gonna be 5 hours. I'm forced to hear Miharu repeat the same line from yesterday. Naomi still hasn't recovered, and we still haven't made any progress with Parka's regret.
I'm calling it now. Naomi has it. That's why she's in the coma.
Yeah. So basically, we're still stuck at the same spot. Today is our last day off from school, too. We'll be back there tomorrow, forced to face our exam results. Who cares?
We do.
Summer holidays aren't too... Huh?
We do. We want a normal life because we're boring.
We scored a 69. Yippee. Summer holidays aren't too far off either, and yet we won't have the chance to enjoy them at this rate.
ダメなのかな
It's over.
My panic leads me to lament. Our lack of progress after feeling such hope for the future has taken a huge toll on me. I hang my head only to hear a violent sound reverberate through the store. A wave of pain rushing through my cheek accompanies it. I love when our not girlfriend slaps us.
僕は謝らないよ。
Okay.
The source is simple. This is crazy. Miharu has just slapped me right across the face. The way she Sherlock Holmes that. Aha! The stinging pain doesn't seem like it'll fade anytime soon.
インカが諦めてどうする？レテの言う通り、リンカは自分の力でここまで来た。僕は生きていて、まだ生きることを諦めていない。僕にこれからも生き続けたいと思わせたのはリンカだろ。リンカが折れちゃう。僕たちはみんなダメなんだ。
This is actually kind of cute that this is the first time she's kind of showing weakness in regards to the game. Miharu's lips quiver as she looks down at me. Now I know that she looks ready to cry when she gets angry. This may be the first time she's ever been truly upset with me.
私は何をすればいいと思う？
昨日自分で言っていたよ。羊さんを信じるしかないと。君が折れないから僕たちも彼女を信じ
It's
られ
all
るんだ。
to eggplant! I pry my hand from my cheek and stare Miharu down. The pain hasn't faded, but if anything, it has helped to calm me down.
ナオミを信じる。そして私は私のことを信じる。女神のカードを必ず揃えられるって。ああ。
I've given in to despair once before. Back when you killed Naomi. Naomi's still alive this time around, though. There's no doubt she's fighting against her own conflicting memories. I don't have any right to give up. Miharu comes to her senses upon seeing me stand up and stretch, which leads to her worrying about having hit me. It's kind of funny to hear her telling me to ice my cheek down to prevent it from swelling, as well as worry about whether or not I bit the inside of my mouth when she smacked me. This relationship is going well, I think. I find myself in thought once alone in my room.
Domestic violence!
Anyways.
Yeah, it's so true. For domestic violence. Let's claim has to mean that we already have the necessary information available to us. Which means we need to work to find what links it all. Leth made it a point to liken our memories to a puzzle, too.
やっぱり関係あるよね。
That's it! She regrets not finishing the jigsaw puzzle! Ah! I'm so glad we figured it out. In terms of both Naomi's hospitalization and Parka's secret that Leth mentioned, I mean. It's hard to believe that they're not connected when the concept of memories plays such a big part in both. There might not be an answer to find, but right now all I can do is think. I continue to think until I fall asleep. Oh, I should add that Miharu sent me over 10 texts about how worried she is about me. Oh, Lord.
Beats you up and then it's like, oh, are you okay? Are you okay? Okay, I didn't mean it, please. It's like, oh, I see how this relationship is going to go. Of course I joke, but like, you know.
None of them included an apology, though. She's definitely stubborn.
Well, she did say she would not apologize. At least she's true to her word. Like, I ain't sorry.
She's been unapologetically herself this whole time. Nothing new comes to mind upon waking up. Today's Friday, which means we've only got 3 days till the final round. It's still too soon to give up, though. We've managed to materialize Scale's final card with far less time to spare. Now that I think about it, there may be another diary or something lying around in my grand's room. I'll ask her if I can snoop around once school's over. I can't believe you're still asking at this point.
Can't believe you're going to school.
True! Something will come to mind so long as I don't give up. For now, though, I should focus on getting ready for school. Nothing could prepare me for what awaits me there. Eggplant! And I mean that in a good way.
Naomi!
ナオリン。
羊さん。
It would be so funny if she's like, who are you people? It's like, what?
That would be interesting. All three of us happened to arrive at the same time, only to see Naomi there. Part of me wonders when she woke up and if she would even be at school so soon. But my relief over her being okay takes precedence. It's only natural, really. Doesn't take long for another shocking revelation to rear its head, though. One that I'm not sure how to react over.
ごきげんよう、先輩方。
Ew! 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 Kill it! Get out, you fucking freak! Ew! That was not on my bingo card.
I'm not gonna lie, I had a thought about it, and I was like, nah, it won't happen. I'm like, oh, it happened.
Oh no. Oh no, that's pain, bro. Oh, we should stab her. That single line is enough to freeze me in my tracks. The same likely applies to Miharu.
ごきげんよう、ナオリン。
Oh, Mao.
Oh.
Oh. Mao's probably the only one to adapt well to Naomi's sudden change.
ご心配をおかけしましたわ。この通り、私はすっかり健康になりました。
The fit is a fiddle.
God. Oh, God.
そっか、
Ew.
よかった。本当にすっごく心配したんだからね。
Naomi places one hand over her mouth and belts out an elegant laugh. It's far too different from how Naomi usually behaves. If anything, it reminds me of a certain someone. Parka. The realization causes me to stay alert. Wasn't it my body she was aiming for? What's more, we still have 3 days of divine selection left.
Wait. Wouldn't that... No. I was like, the condition she wants for Rinka, does that kind of imply for Naomi? Because technically she was rewritten because into the world because of you. In a technicality? Maybe?
Maybe.
さあ、遅刻してしまいますわよ。
We mustn't tarry here. Fucking old ass. Holy shit. We make our way into the school upon her insistence, all manner of questions on my mind. Once inside, we split up and head to our respective classrooms. Mao doesn't seem too taken aback due to her relief that Naomi is better, but I don't have time, or I don't have that same luxury. The same applies to Miharu. What if Mao's memories have been overwritten to make her think that this is how Naomi always talked? A chill runs down my spine as I consider that. There's nothing I can do if Park has taken over Naomi and altered the world to make that normal.
2日も眠ってたから、ナオリン喋り方忘れちゃったのかな。でもよかった、元気になって。
そうだね。顔色も良かったし。
いつ回復したにしても、もう少し休んでいなくてよかったのかな。
Mao makes it apparent that she's too preoccupied with being happy over Naomi's recovery to care about her speech. One concern's been eliminated, but the possibility of Parka having taken over Naomi's body remains. We agree to meet after school, so I'll take a chance and see how things play out. It's been a while since we were last at school, but there's nothing much for us to do other than check our exam results.
I don't care.
I'm actually pretty invested in them this time, considering the effort I put into studying.
Really? Doesn't matter? I wouldn't even look at it at this point. I'll be like, bro, when's that clock gonna strike so I can leave?
さあリータン、期末試験はどうだった？
Mal wastes no time in asking me about my grades. And for once in my life, I can show my report card with pride.
今回はちゃんと勉強したから一教科も60点以下にはならなかったよ。
See, I told you she got 69.
60. Didn't even get the 9.
うわ
It says it didn't get below 60. It could be above 60.
さすがに今回は勉強量で圧倒的に負けてるからうちが負けちゃうと思ったけど
Damn!
ことはなかったね。
She's happy to shove her own report card in my face. Over 70 in every single subject.
Ah.
She has to be in the top half of our grade with results like that.
What the hell?
日々の積み重ねって大事だね。
Damn. Now you lecturing us. Ha ha ha. Miharu makes her way over while I'm wincing over this harsh life lesson.
仕方がないよ。今回は少し難しかった。僕もなかなか勉強に集中できず、学年1位を逃してしまったくらいだ。
Yeah, but you're still number what, 2? So
Yeah.
better than
Number
not
2
even-
and dying.
Yeah. Versus our below half of the grade.
Her results are so incredible that I can barely stand to look at them.
Let me guess. Nothing below 90.
But just as she said, she dropped to second in our grade this time around. There are 3 scholarship positions from what I remember, so her marks shouldn't be an issue.
ま、中間の時の悲惨な点数に比べれば今回はだいぶ上がったよね。
So we were even bigger idiots before. Okay.
そろそろ受験のこととかも考えないといけないし。はあ、憂鬱だよ。
The format of our school means that most people have already started to study for the university's entrance exams the moment they enter high school. That reminds me, Naomi said she's going to start... she's gonna start going to cram school during the summer. I guess that makes me and Mao the odd ones out, considering Miharu's a beast that doesn't need to worry about such things.
大丈夫
And
さ。
she's dying.
進学校なだけあって、アメちゃんの定期試験はレベルが高い。まずは学校の勉強をちゃんとやっていれば、受験勉強の礎になるよ。学校のテストすらろくにできない人が塾に行ったところで、上辺の勉強法だけ学んで、できるようになった気持ちになるだけさ。
Ouch.
I realize she's trying to cheer me up. I do, but her point's so sharp that it may as well be a lethal weapon. I just pray she doesn't say anything like that around Naomi.
というわけで魔王様はこの夏休みもちゃんと遊びます。
Mao declares her plans loud and proud, but Miharu seems to have ignored them completely.
8月に花火大会があっただろう。この日はみんな開けておいてほしいかな。
もちろん。
Miharu and I promised we'd go to it back when we were at the theme park. That's why I respond right away.
よーし、じゃあこれからリータンの家で作戦会議しようね。
You're not invited.
Damn. I give Mao an affirmative nod.
Why are you inviting her? This is, you know.
We only have morning classes today, so we head back to my place after grabbing some food at the school cafeteria. As for Naomi, she's still speaking like royalty.
ラーメンというのもとても庶民的で美味しかったですわ。
What the fuck?
Okay. Goddamn.
She really said I love being a broke bitch. This sure is messing with my head. Hearing Naomi talk and act snobby like Parka is an adjustment, to say the least. Life would be a lot easier if I could just not care like Mao, but that's not an option.
Plot twist. It is Naomi. She just read so much about Dianna, she just became Dianna in her mind.
Right, this is how she's becoming the key.
ナオリン、そういえばいつ目を覚ましたの？昨晩ですわ。本当にご心配をおかけいたしました。お医者様もお母様もとても驚いていらっしゃいました。けれど心拍数や血圧などはすべて正常値でございました。本日が1学期の最終日ということで、皆様の反対を押し切って投稿いたしました。
Forsooth.
健康そのものですから、ご心配には及びません。
Oh my god.
My god.
ならいいのだけど。
Whatever you just said.
Miharu makes no effort to hide her incredulity. The conversation continues as we make our way to Lion House.
I mean, the one that could probably spot it the most is Miharu, because she's hung out the most with Parka, so she knows her mannerisms and everything. It's like, Jesus. I wonder how she feels about this. Okay.
じゃ、うちは用事があるからここで。
Thank God, now we can talk about what's actually happening here. This is the one time I haven't wanted Mao around. I love you, but you need to go. Mao takes her leave before too long. The plan was to figure out that we'd do what we do during the summer holiday, but all we did was chat and eat snacks. Not much in the way of planning. Granted, this is Mao we're talking about. She'll probably come up with a new suggestion sooner or later. Can't say I'm against letting her decide what we should do either. The real issue is with this girl sitting in front of me right now.
そろそろ説明してもらえる？
Ooh, that's a good way to start. My question isn't posed to Naomi, but the person pretending to be her.
私は羊直美。花も恥じらう高校1年生。趣味は読書。少し人見知りもしますけれど、真面目で優しい性格でございます。
Girl, this is not a dating profile.
そう言っても、お二人様には信じていただけないのでしょうね。
The mimic giggles at its own comment. Miharu and I grow even more wary, but the stranger has more to say.
なんてからかうのはやめにしましょう。私はお二人の敵ではありません。
Because you need
私
us.
はダイアナ・ハリソン。
Oh.
今は執事直美様の体をお借りしています。
She's
What?
remembering. This is good for us.
ダイアナはるかではないのかい？
Miharu asked the question that is on the tip of my tongue. Wasn't Dianna said to have turned into Parka after her death? Less explanation suddenly comes to mind.
ダイアナさんの記憶を奪ったってレテは言っていた。まさかあなたは。
さすが先輩様ですわ。
What the freak? S2. What?
Yeah, a rather astute conjecture. She's saying that our assumption is correct, and she's like applauding us. She's like, wow, good job, you did it, you pieced it together.
ダイアナがパルカになり、レオがレテになった直後、彼女から奪われた人間としての記憶そのもの。
Fascinating. Makes me hate you less, and I hope you are more beneficial to us now.
Guessing.
ナオミ様の心と体を媒介に一時的に人格として形成されているだけでございます。
Temporarily? Alright, get to it then. What's your regret?
つまり
Let's go, girly pop. Come
君
on.
は夢の世界に存在している女神とは別の存在だということかい？
That.
ええ。そして私はいわゆる魂でも霊でもございません。
What?
だから憑依されたとは思わないでくださいませ。あくまでナオミ様の人格が私の記憶をフィルターにして表出することでダイアナのようなものになってい
What
る
kind
だ
of
けでございます。
sci-fi bullshit is that? That's like a very... That's like... What's that called? Method acting? Method acting to...
Oh, method acting?
Yeah, method acting to the
Sure.
up the green.
Yeah, become the person.
Yeah. It's like, what?
Yeah, I think the idea here that people are just a collection of their memories and experiences. So if someone were to go into a coma and then you fill their head full of someone else's memories and experiences and they wake up having those memories and experiences, they kind of become that person. I think that's the idea they're playing on right here.
I guess.
I stare right into Naomi's or rather Diana's eyes. I don't care about her identity right now. Naomi's safety is my top priority.
正直に申し上げましょう。目覚めるまでの私は非常に危険な状態でした。
Thank you for your honesty. That sucks.
あなた
She didn't do anything.
ですが、この状態になった以上、ナオミ様はもう大丈夫です。
Why you getting mad at me, bro?
大丈夫です。
彼がレテが何かしたのかい？
Why are you... Okay.
Diana answers with a nod.
Oh.
However, a hint of sadness colors her expression as she continues.
しかし、あの方の名誉のために順序立ててお話をいたしましょう。私はお家で凛花先輩様からお借りした日記帳を読みました。それはすなわち上書きされているはずの女神の選定の記憶を掘り起こすに等しい行為。
Uh-huh.
ナオミ様の脳内で起こった記憶の本流がぶつかり合うことによる負担でナオミ様は意識を失ってしまいました。
Uh-huh.
これは ナオミ様の記憶に眠る知識ですが、コンピューターのメモリーに過剰なデータを書き込むと破損してしまいますでしょ。
Okay.
それと同じことが起きようとしていたのでございます。
脳が壊れちゃうってこと？
Reboot.
She replies with another nod and then continues.
忘却の川であるレオ、いえ、レテ様ならば2つの方法で救うことができました。一つは女神の選定に関する記憶を完全に忘却させてしまうこ
I say you shut up.
と。もう一つはあなた様方がはるかを脱落させるまでの間、レテ様の力の一部を分け与えること。
Oh.
はるかを脱落させれば、その時点で運命は固定されます。その際に、ナオミ様にある新しい記憶、改変された世界の記憶を消してしまえば、あなた様方と過ごした記憶を失わず、2つの記憶に苦しむこともなくなるでしょう。
レテはどうして羊さんを救おうとしてくれたんだい？
Because he loves you and you love her.
ああ見えて恥ずかしがり屋なレオのためにも、それは秘密にしておきましょう。
Okay. I don't know why you called him that, but sure.
I will refer back to what Falcon said earlier. Said major pussy, but shy pussy works too. I already know the answer to Miharu's question. He just wants us to be happy. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, you wanted to punt that cat.
この質問は、ナオミ様にとって女神の選定の記憶を失うかどうかという問いでもありました。ナオミ様は女神の選定の記憶を残す方を即答で選びました。ただしレオも無条件で力を貸すわけにはいきません。ただの人間に一時的とはいえ、自分の力を貸し与えるというのはレオにとってルール違反の行為でしょう。そこでルール違反を許容するために制限とリスクを与えたのです。私、忘却の川の力はダイアナの記憶とともに与えると。
We're just like asexually reproducing like amoebas. That's what's happening right now. Is we're just like we keep like morphing and splitting this power amongst different entities, and it just the army groweth.
制限というのは力がある間はナオミ様の人格は私を通さなくてはいけないこと。リスクは私の記憶が入ってくる負担に耐えきること。
記憶でパンクしそうな状態にさらに新しい記憶を？それって
No, because now she has the damn answer. Get the answer. Oh my god.
ええ、最悪命を落とす危険がありましたわ。もちろんレオはナオミ様にそのことを説明いたしました。それでもナオミ様はこれまでのことを忘れる方を選びませんでした。あなた様方と女神の選定を過ごした記憶
Cute, but not
を
the
失いたく
point
ない
right
と
now.
決意したのです。耐えられるかどうかレオにもわからなかったでしょう。けれどナオミ様があなた様方を信じたようにナオミ様のことを信じたのでしょう。
そして羊さんは君の記憶も受け入れた上でその負担に耐え切った。
さようでございます。
That much is obvious considering she regained consciousness. The issue is whether or not she'll regain her original personality, though. I press her to answer me.
その点は心配いりません。私はパルカと同質の存在。パルカが消えれば、
So you're just gonna be Dianna for a couple of days. Got it.
私の記憶。つまり、私がナオミ様から消えれば、ナオミ様は元通り。先ほどお話しした通り、私の記憶が消えるときには、改変された世界の記憶も一緒に忘却してもらいます。そうすれば、記憶の矛盾に苦しめられることもなくなります。
仮に僕たちがパルカに敗北し、パルカがリンカとして受肉した場合はどうなるんだい？
I am now Dianna.
あら、そんなことありえるんですか？私、もはやお二人とも理想の未来しか見ていないと思っていましたけれど。
くす。言ってくれるね、羊さん。その通りだ。ねえ、リンカ。
そうだね。私たちは負けない。
ええ、その域です。世界は認知によって成り立っています。先輩様方が理想の未来を思い描けば描くほど、それはより強固な運命に変わりますもの。さて、そして私の記憶をナオミ様に授けたレオの真意を、あなた様はもうお気づきでしょう。
Both of us not in sync. There's no way we wouldn't know at this point. We're missing one last piece of the puzzle in order to elect Parka. Or regret. Here we go. Lock in. Getting to the bottom of that won't be an issue with...
現代の日本を楽しませてくださいな。え？そうすれば日曜日の夜、お二人に私の未練をお教えしましょう。
That's pretty foul. Damn.
それ、パルカのやろうとしていることとほとんど同じではないのかい？
あら？だって元は同じ人間ですもの。私はおてんばお嬢様のダイアナ。
Wasn't it
日
your
記を読んだ
sisters,
リン
not
カ先
yours?
輩様ならご存知でしたでしょう？
Naomi stands, pinches her skirt, and curtsies, exactly like how Parka does it.
Ah.
I have to babysit. Fucking. I breathe a sigh of relief once I'm alone in my room.
I kind of want to finish,
wanna
but at the same time, I feel like it'll take a minute. Maybe not like 5 hours, but like at least 2. Maybe it's just me.
It probably will. I'm okay to stop here. I just really wanted to. I don't know. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine.
'Cause now we gotta entertain the damn demon.
I know.
Well, no, she's not a demon.
We're literally on the last day because that was Friday, so we just have to drag her around Saturday and like probably part of Sunday, and then it's like we're at the end, but who knows how detailed it's gonna be, you know? And I feel like they are gonna give us at least one more choice, so it's kind of a whole thing. Next time for sure.
Next time.
Next time. Go get food.
No, I'll get it after we're done podcasting.
Yeah, what do you want to podcast about? Give me your thoughts about everything that just happened.
It's a pain how much we have to rigmarole. We have the... I get it. I get it. She technically has a second chance, so she's like, hey, why don't I... look around a little bit. But at the same time, come on, just give us the answer already.
Yeah. I guess they just had to add like one last little roadblock or bump or something. Like I said, I think there's going to be at least one more choice that could lead to another either failed or successful outcome for what we're trying to do.
Yeah. I think we will definitely 100% finish. Whether we feel like doing other endings, that's to be decided. But
yeah,
definitely 100%. It's the end next time.
Yeah, it's gotta be. Like, unless our technology gets possessed again.
Yeah.
Also, I know I haven't reacted, but I just need you to know that I've noticed what you've done.
Yeah.
It's very poetic and very ill.
What do you mean? It's everything. I don't know.
It's everything. It's our everything, people. We love the pain and suffering.
Yeah.
It's genetic.
Genetic. Like, I know Miharu made the joke about her family, but Jesus Christ, Rinka's family is just fucking... What the hell?
Everyone's family, I feel like. Like, they just kept connecting it, like, everywhere. I was like, okay, no. It's getting a little extra. Calm down.
No, I think it was only Miharu's family, Brinka's family, and a little of Alan's family. But Alan kind of found it funny and knew why. As in, like, oh, I was a dick, so I know I was poisoned. It's just funny that my father did the same thing, was poisoned the same way. He said ironic.
Irony.
Where Miharu said genetic. It's like, okay. Right.
And we're just like...
The what?
Damn, that sucks.
Like, Alan was right. That's ironic. Miharu was like, huh? I was just like, what the hell do you mean genetic?
Like, I landed a little more in her court. She's still wrong, but I landed a little more in her court by way of, like, this final time when she did do it. It was for a reason that I can see her thinking is genetic, which is how she processes information. So when she became her mom, it was over.
Well, yeah,
like,
but she said it back when with her dad. But yeah.
No, I know. But I'm just I got a little closer to her side in that moment, but hey, she's still wrong.
Yeah.
It's just silly. It's silly because it was still a choice. However, whichever way you slice it, and I don't think choices are considered genetic, but who's to say? Maybe I'm wrong.
It was genetic. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I don't know. How are you feeling? Are you liking where this is going? I know you said your brain kind of melted. We had a lot of like existential, like hypothetical world lore bullshit today. How you doing?
I'm fine. The only thing that I felt like there were some things that were unnecessary, like the testing. I get it, slice of life, little thing, antic in between. I'm like, bro, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Like all that scene was to tell me was that she's stupid, and yeah. I mean, like, fair enough. I'm not gonna harp on her. I wasn't like the best person when it came from my studies, like I was pretty much the same. I'm like, oh yeah, I passed. Did I barely pass? Yes, but I passed.
I passed. Yippee. Yeah.
The only exception was math, but I was like really good at it, so it is what it is. But like everything else, I was like, I passed.
I simply passed.
The hardest was English for me, but that was only because of the writing. Everything else where you just either had to memorize or like know stuff, the whole you have to write and express yourself. I'm like, bro, I can't do that. There's nothing to express. But yeah, that was the only blockage. But yeah.
There's nothing to express. I'm a figment of a banana's imagination. What do you want from me?
Yeah, that's what
I
you
don't
want.
think like that. That's ghetto.
Thinking was that shit's anyway. But yeah. So I get it, but still it's like I didn't need this. I just want to know about what's going on there.
I agree. I think it's also because we're so impatient because we know we're at the end that like those little slice of life moments are just like, come on, get to the thing. Even that conversation we were having, right? Like Mao took away from our time talking with Dianna, right? We didn't even know it was Dianna. We thought it was Parka, which, you know, tomato potato on that one. But like, and then the whole time we were talking to Dianna, we didn't even get to the relevant question that we wanted to know until like the end of that long ass fucking conversation. And it's not that what she's saying wasn't interesting. It's that we need you to fucking focus. Give us the fucking regret just for them to be like, oh, take me around Japan first and then you'll get my regret. And it's like, what the
I like at
it's
least
the
that
same
was
shit they do in the diary. They're just like stalling.
at least that was fine to me because it's like they are concerned about their friend. They're not like trying to stall. It's not like they just started talking about, I don't know, literature and randomly and just like, why are we talking about this? At least the topic was on point for the most part. But
yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of, it's gonna mirror, funny enough, with Sophia. It's like, oh, take me around before
Right.
I'm gone. I wonder if we'll have another moment where like, don't come for her. She's a goner.
Damn. I doubt it. This is an entirely different situation. Miharu would be extra fucked up for that because she knows how fucked up we get when Naomi dies.
Yeah, I don't know.
Unless she's talking about us becoming sentimental towards Dianna, in which case that is fair because I feel like one of our choices is like whether or not we I guess spare Parka or whatever. I don't know. So like that would come through if we bond too heavily with Dianna and then we don't want to like, I don't know.
I don't
know.
think so because although they didn't explain it, it's pretty clear that if Parka survives, Dianna survives. She didn't answer the question because she didn't want them to have that thought in mind, but I think it's pretty clear that Naomi will disappear if Parka survives. Because, in a sense, Parka will be... Rinka will become Parka and Naomi will become Dianna. So there'll be like two of them.
Sure.
So, I think that's obvious. I don't think she'll do it. I think it's weird because the only other choice, I think, if I'm going to be honest, I don't think there are any other choices. I think we're set. I could be wrong. Because I don't see where they would put another choice. But I think we're set on our ending. I think the only other choice was probably the Miharu one, which I think would have led to us, if I had to guess, ending her life. But we're already past that, so.
But we've had a choice with like everybody we've killed. That was what we noticed is we had one with Audette, we had one with technically Sophia, and we didn't kill her, but Miharu did. We had one with Alan.
We didn't
so like
kill Odette. Odette was off by Federico. though.
Yeah, but I guess, but I'm just saying, right? So the idea of that, like, we are directly having some sort of interaction with this, like, character that's about to die by our hand, probably, because we're the only one with the cards. There's probably going to be some sort of something.
Maybe. I still don't feel it, but like I said, I could be wrong. It could go either way.
Because they love testing us. Because it's because she's withholding the regret. So there's definitely a way where we don't please her and she doesn't give us the regret.
Personally, I feel like if they do come at a choice, it would just be one of those choices where, like, obviously this is the right answer. The other answer is just like, oh, I'm morbid curiosity. I think.
Maybe.
If there is a choice, I feel like it will be one of those like, oh, this is the obvious answer. I don't know why you're doing this. I just feel like the other one's morbid curiosity, but whatever.
Maybe. It depends on how the, like, choice pops up. I think by now, yes, I hear you. But, like, say the one with Sophia, right? That one we only picked interact with her because we wanted more information. That was early game, so we picked interact with Audette. It could have gone either way, but we had a heavy suspicion that we were supposed to, like, tell her to fuck off, basically. Like, yeah. We had a heavy suspicion, but it could have gone either way, right? And then, like, with Alan, we even fucked that one up.
Yeah. Without that, given her personality...
Right? So, like, they have been hypothetically not straightforward.
With Odette, given how her personality is, knowing her more, I think it would have made a bad ending, given her personality.
Right.
But, yeah, because she only does
that's
things...
our assumption now.
Yeah, given her personality on living on the edge, her just basically, like, I think she would have still maybe stopped you, but she wouldn't have involved us. She just would have found us boring and left us, and... Yeah.
Yeah. Which maybe could have fucked up stuff later. I don't know.
Well, we would have died. She would have 100% eliminated us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We shall see. Thursday, we will finish up. Where are we dropping?
That is a question that I shall answer right. Hold on. I actually don't know. We can visit Sunny. That's all I have.
Okay. Hit the button. Flash raid. Snaky. Go say hi to Sunny. I think it's art day.
Yeah.
It is art day. Probably finishing up the MV art that was started previously. And then, you work tomorrow or you stream tomorrow? How you feeling?
I might stream tomorrow. I don't even know if I work tomorrow, to be honest.
Maybe stream tomorrow, and then we finish this visual novel on Thursday, because we gotta. Alright, later, Gators.
Alright, bye.